guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Officials in the U.S. state of Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton begins to make landfall on the state's western coast. The storm has already produced tornadoes across the state that have knocked down power lines and overturned vehicles. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging people to shelter in place if they're in the storm's path.
So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm.
Milton was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane from a Category 5 storm as it approached land, but it is still considered an extremely dangerous hurricane with wind speeds over 100 miles per hour. More than 300,000 people in Florida are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as Milton makes landfall in the area south of the city of Tampa. Earlier in the day, President Biden said the hurricane could be the worst to hit Florida in a century.
Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet.
Milton's arrival comes just 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida, a storm which would ultimately kill more than 200 people. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan shared tips for those who will be impacted by the storm.
So we want to talk about widespread power outages. How do you keep yourself safe? You want to use flashlights and not candles. You want to practice portable generator safety. We lose a lot of people to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use. And you want to be careful with any food and water left in your home without refrigeration. Again, make sure that it's safe to eat.
In other news, more than a dozen U.S. states are filing lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. A bipartisan coalition of attorneys general allege the social media giant is addictive and harmful to users' mental health. TikTok says the claims are inaccurate and misleading. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Around 6 in 10 US adults under 30 say they use TikTok. The social media app's got more than 150 million users across the country. That's almost half of America's population. But officials in more than 10 US states say it's doing far more harm than good. In fact, one lawsuit accuses TikTok of being, quote, digital nicotine, and says the app is intentionally trying to addict young children to its platform. A TikTok spokesperson denies that allegation, saying the company provides robust safeguards and has voluntarily launched safety features to protect young users. The lawsuits come as TikTok faces increasing scrutiny about its Chinese ownership, with US President Joe Biden saying he'll ban it unless the company's sold by next April.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Over the next several days, we're going to bring you a unique eyewitness account of life in Gaza. It comes from vascular and transplant surgeon Dr. Nazim Mahmoud. He has just returned to the UK after spending a month working in the Nasser hospital in southern Gaza. His experiences there were searing.
What I saw there was unparalleled devastation, really. It was something that I'd never experienced, none of the team had ever experienced, and there were people who, for example, been to Ukraine 5 times since the war started there. So this was really at another level. When you go into Gaza, all you see is rubble in every direction for miles around. Nobody there, just a few armed looters. You drive through that for 30 minutes, and then you get to central Gaza, where the so-called humanitarian zone exists. You've got about 1.5 million people packed into that area now, most of them living in tents, makeshift tents, really, no water, no sanitation. And what we found was that on a daily basis, those people were being bombed. Either the tents or the few remaining buildings were being bombed with large numbers of casualties. Usually twice a day we'd have a mass casualty event. 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 injured.
Tomorrow, the doctor's experience treating the injured. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Officials in Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton makes landfall on the state's western coast. More than 300,000 people are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as the storm hits. And more than a dozen U.S. states file lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. That is the latest feature story news. Ira Spitzer reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
It is that time once again as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. All right, for most, that means we're closing out Hump Day, Thursday coming on. Turn the page on the calendar, 10th day of October for 2024. I trust your week's going well. I know for many, it is a downright, I guess the word is terrifying night for folks in portions of Florida. That was the words from one of AccuWeather's storm chasers, Bill Waddell. He's been in the business for many, many years. Milton actually roaring ashore several hours earlier than expected. 24 hours ago, we were talking about a potential landfall. They were looking about 2 a.m. Eastern time. As of about 8:30 Wednesday evening, officially coming ashore and wreaking havoc across northern portions of Florida as we speak. I just pulled up the latest power outage numbers. 2,069,000 plus. And those numbers will continue to increase. I take you to AccuWeather. Flat out terrifying. Sarasota, Florida, underwater as storm surge rushes in. Now, Sarasota, just miles north of where Milton made landfall, officially is a Category 3. Last I saw, it was down to a Cat 2 now, and will be continuing to weaken a bit through the overnight hours. But the wrath of the hurricane didn't arrive in Sarasota until several hours after landfall. Bill Waddell said in a matter of minutes, we went from entirely calm conditions, and then the backside of the storm started moving through Sarasota. The city is underwater, as he put it. Flat out terrifying storm surge. While he was actually on air describing the scene, a big van behind him in the camera shot becoming stranded in the flooded streets. Waddell's been covering hurricanes, tornadoes, severe weather across the country for many, many years. And again, I've never seen anything like this in person in my life, were his words. Tampa St. Pete had a flash flood emergency issued. It's the rainfall A tremendous amount of rain dousing the Tampa area as Milton pummels now central and even eastern Florida. St. Pete, which is included in the emergency, measuring 16.38 inches of rain in 24 hours. I mean, we're talking more than 7 times higher than the normal average for the entire month of October. It's also significantly more rain that fell in the city all of last October. Some of the heaviest bands of rain causing widespread flooding in the Tampa area, shifting toward Orlando and reaching the city. Of course, Orlando is in some of the heaviest rains as we speak. Milton's landfall coming north of Fort Myers. But the effects still plenty strong to cause power flashes and significant storm surge, while all eyes are on central Florida, where Milton made landfall and continues to track inland. Case in point, some 80 miles south of where Milton made landfall, AccuWeather's Allie Reed reporting from Fort Myers, power lines sparking, powerful winds posing a serious fire threat there. Florida's signature palm trees might serve as a catalyst for fires as power will start to be affected in many, many areas. As I said, over 2 million impacted at this point in time. What we know at this point, as it made landfall, maximum sustained winds were still at 120 miles per hour. a.k.a. Category 3. About 90 minutes after making landfall, Milton was already centered about 20 miles northeast of Sarasota, moving east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. It has weakened again to a Cat 2 now. Power outages, we're following that live, more than 2 million. So we're underway on a Thursday. Let's just head down to Florida because we haven't heard from Captain Ron in a few days. Give us a full report. Ultimately, did you evacuate?
No, we stayed held up in the condo. It hasn't been too bad. We lost power about 10 o'clock. Real heavy rain. You gave the total. St. Pete was 16 inches. We're right in that vicinity. The water got sucked out of Tampa Bay again. It went far enough south that we didn't get it as bad as we were supposed to get it because it came in, like I told you the other night, 30 miles south makes a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
The flooding wasn't as bad as it was predicted to be, I don't think. I'm afraid to look outside, kind of. Can't see anything anyway. We're in the dark. But I just heard about 10 minutes ago that the roof got blown off the Tropicana Field where they play, where the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh, well,
Tampa Bay Rays are.
And that's where all the National Guard were at.
Exactly. And the last picture I saw was full of nothing but cots.
Right.
On the whole field. That's where all the linemen and everybody was staying. So I talked to a guy. There's a guy that goes to my church that works for the Rays, and he said they were supposed to be cleared out of there today. So I don't know if they were there tonight or not.
Okay.
But yeah, the roof has been ripped off of the Tropicana Field. I would imagine that my wife's facility that she's at, I would imagine they lost power, but they've got a big generator. She said they did.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have been worse, I think, just because it went further south. I don't think it was as bad as they were predicting it. But
at least for Tampa. For Tampa, yeah. Technically, you got just right. The rainfall flooding rather than the storm surge.
Right.
I don't know. This whole thing about the old Indian legend is going to come into play once again. Has Tampa Bay been spared once again?
Well, that's what they're saying. Is that the Indians did it again?
Wow.
So I don't know. I guess that would count. It wasn't a direct hit for Tampa Bay, so maybe it still counts.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, it's the way. We live in a block constructed condo, and so it didn't creak and stuff like I thought it would, but the doors have been doing a lot of creaking, and but we're dry. There's no flooding here at the condo, and I don't know.
So you're at the
what
home.
Do you find out on your cruise?
You're at the home 20, and the wife is actually. How's it feel to be? Your wife's at an assisted living facility, right? You said it's all hands on deck there.
She's here, but she couldn't evacuate in case she needed called in. The assisted facility is just down the street a half a mile.
Okay.
She's not physically on site. We thought she was going to have to be, but she worked Tuesday instead of having to work tomorrow.
Wow. Well, that's a relief.
Well, yeah, but we wouldn't have been able to go anywhere by the time.
Yeah.
Anyway, they closed all of the bridges. I think the Skyway closed about noon, and the Howard Franklin's another major bridge. And then the other two, they closed, I don't know, 2 or 3 o'clock. So all the bridges over Tampa Bay were closed again. Most of the gas stations are out of gas. They sold out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it is. I don't know how the travel is as far as on the interstate, but they were saying on the news that they're going to start filling up the gas stations again after the storm goes through, probably Friday. But I don't know if we're going to be able to get gas because we don't have no power.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't pump the fuel without power.
Exactly. So I guess we'll see what happened. We must have put a case and a half of bottled water. We got 2 refrigerators, one in the kitchen and one in the back room. I don't know how 2 people can't live with one refrigerator, but I don't know how we live with just one refrigerator our whole life anyway. But we put about a case and a half of bottled water in the freezer so that it would freeze. So, and we got no way to cook, so there's basically no reason to open the freezer up. It should be good for a couple of days, I would think, 2 or 3 days. Now the refrigerator will be going in and out of some, but may have to drag the grill outside and have a block party.
If life hands you lemons, make lemonade.
Exactly. We were going to go to the church. It's in a different part of Largo, but they've been posting that they started flooding earlier. So I don't know if they were opened up for a shelter for whoever needed it, anybody in the community or that we knew of or any of the members, but they were taking on water a couple hours ago. So I don't know. We were planning on going there if we were going to be without power for very long, just to hang out with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Take our food over there and just have a big old meal. Are you still going to come down tomorrow for your cruise?
Everything appears. I mean, it looks like Miami's. Yeah, they were spared the worst of the storm. They had some heavy feeder bands coming through this past day. Everything appears to be a go for the airlines and the cruise as well for Saturday. So,
did I guess that they would have been your people would be flying straight into Miami probably they wouldn't have had to stop in Tampa, I wouldn't think, to fly on to Miami.
I think, I know we got direct flights to Miami. I know me and my family. I mean, you got folks coming in from all over the country, and like Big Ed's going to be flying.
Right.
He's got to fly, I think, to Dallas, and then from Dallas to Miami. Some of them are going to be flying into Fort Lauderdale. But I think Miami and Fort Lauderdale should be they should be okay as far as airlines are concerned.
Yeah. Well, they'll open up Tampa as soon as they do their inspections and stuff, as soon as it's safe. But they shut it down yesterday about 9 o'clock. Was it yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday. Yep.
Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, they shut. Yeah, they shut down at like 9 o'clock Wednesday.
No, I think they shut it till Tuesday.
No, maybe it was Tuesday.
It might have been.
I think it was Tuesday.
Okay.
I think it was Tuesday because I was wondering. I was wondering why they shut down early. I think I made a comment somewhere about that I thought it was earlier than other storms, but it wasn't like a normal storm. I don't know. Anyway, I guess that's about all the information I've got. You covered the big majority of it. You didn't mention Tropicana Field, but that happened, I don't know, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, because I had not heard that, but yeah, as we're speaking, I had pulled that up, and yeah, that's one of the breaking headlines at this hour. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll be okay. Hope you guys enjoy your cruise, and I guess I'll talk to you when we get back.
Hey, guess what, Captain Ron?
What's that?
We're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
That's right. Any day is one day closer to the greatest day if you really think about it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we'll miss you while we'll be thinking about you, and you keep everybody out of trouble while we're gone. Thank you very much, Captain Ron. All right. Yeah, down in the Tampa area, on the western side of Florida. Tell you what, let's just jump from the western side over to the eastern side of Florida, where Philip joins us this morning over in the, I guess you're kind of like, what, the Daytona Beach area? Morning, Philip.
Morning, guys. Yeah, I'm over here. I'm between Daytona and Sanford, buddy. I'm in Deltona is where I'm at right now. And it's been pretty rough. So how y'all doing tonight?
I can't complain. That's for sure. I know I was, looking at the radar. You guys are in the heart of it pretty much right now, aren't you?
A little bit here and there. It's been coming and going. We got our power back on, but it's been going on and off. I gotta thank FPNL. They've been doing a heck of a job trying to keep it on, and they're switching and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But I know there might be a point it might go, and that's it. So, I
mean, just in the few minutes since we started, here like 15 minutes ago, it was 2,069,000. It's another 200,000, just 2,269,000. Yeah, power's going off here everywhere there in northern Florida.
Yeah, you can see where the storm is by where the power's going off. I mean, you look at the numbers down at Tampa, and then you look at the numbers up close to where we are. We're not going to really get the really bad stuff until about between 3 and 6 this morning. Is when we're going to get the really bad stuff. I mean, we've had some probably 70, 80 mile an hour gusts. We got a lot of flood concerns up here. We actually moved my cars over to across the street. So, just in case we had trees falling or flooding, I didn't want them by the house. So, but did you hear about our tornadoes down here, Steve?
Yes. The report I had said there were like 19, but the report, how many tornadoes have you had? I know there's numerous fatalities, they're saying.
Well, we set a record. We had, I think it was 55 tornado warnings. It's the first time they've had that in Florida ever. And we had, I know we had some people get killed down there by St. Lucie County, Fort Pierce. My cousin had a tree fall down in front of his house from a tornado down in Vero Beach. And talked to my sister earlier. She was today, and she had just got home from work. She's staying at one of my cousin's houses, and she said it was getting pretty rough there, and they were getting underneath the tornado warning down. She was down by Mico, Florida. And it's rough, man. I tell you what, this ain't nothing to play with. You see the storm is lopsided. Everything is on the north side of it. If you notice, you look at the south side of it, there ain't nothing on the south side of it, but it's a lot of wind down there, you know. But I tell you what, Titusville and all that, y'all better hunker down, because I mean, the wind got pretty good here for a while. It's going to get a little bit worse over there in a little bit.
So what you're going to be waiting for? Are you going to be waiting for like the wraparound, the backside of the storm winds? Is that what's going to be coming later tonight?
Yeah, that's what they told me, that on the news there, they explained it to us, or the way they explained it to all of us was that around 4 o'clock this morning, we're going to get probably 70, 80 mile an hour winds. Mm-hmm. They might go sustained. They might not go sustained. It just depends on how far they come inland. If you're definitely in Daytona, you're going to get them, because it's going to wrap around, you know, because it's going to essentially go off the land onto the Atlantic. And that transition is going to cause that. And it's what's going to happen. They say that's when we're supposed to get the rest, but we're really scared about flooding over here, because we've had flash flooding reports all night, or, you know, warnings coming up all night long so far, you know, and we've been watching the water on the ground outside, you know, through the window, what we can, out through the sliding glass door. But yeah, I was making a lot of weird sounds, Steve. I'll tell you what, man, creaking and popping and all kinds of crap, drive you nuts. So then you get the rumbles from the power going on.
Yeah, I'm seeing some. I mean, it looks like some of the heaviest rain right now is from just to the west of Kissimmee, then right into Orlando and up to Deltona. Looks like you're right in the heart of that, right?
Yes, sir. It's been coming and going. Sometimes it'll get heavy and then it'll squall out. You know, you can tell by the sound. Even though I'm in a room right now, I can't see nothing. You know, I mean, we're trying to keep all the power down to kind of conserve things. You know, everybody needs to go to school and learn how to conserve power, because when the guys are trying to flip the switches around and trying to switch the power around, if you've got everything on in your house, it's just going to make the draw level ridiculous and they can't get her back on. So that's what we got going on, you know. So we've just lightened up on what we got in the house, being minimalistic in what we're using with the power. That kind of stuff. I don't know. Do y'all ever do that up there in the snowstorms?
Try to conserve?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that we actually put any concerted effort in trying to conserve. Either you have power or you don't, you know? So just on or off.
Well, that's it. Is, you know, a lot of it, you can hear that rump. It's like a weird sound, you know, when that power comes on. And I'm just basically looking at the paddle fan. When the paddle fan goes off, I know the power's off.
Yeah, right.
You know, because I got the paddle fan on really low. But, you know, that's pretty much what's going on with me, buddy. I do appreciate everybody. I talked to Gilligan earlier today. Esco Bomb Mom has sent me messages, and Gary and Rick Friend and a bunch of people have sent me messages. I appreciate everybody thinking of us and thinking of my family, and I appreciate everybody coming out. I'm glad to hear Captain Ron. I need to catch up with him. Is he going on that cruise with you or not?
No, he won't be with us. Nope, not this time around. But yeah, he's over he's like in the Tampa area, but I have to pause there, so let me take care of our business and be right back.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Officials in the U.S. state of Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton begins to make landfall on the state's western coast. The storm has already produced tornadoes across the state that have knocked down power lines and overturned vehicles. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging people to shelter in place if they're in the storm's path.
So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm.
Milton was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane from a Category 5 storm as it approached land, but it is still considered an extremely dangerous hurricane with wind speeds over 100 miles per hour. More than 300,000 people in Florida are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as Milton makes landfall in the area south of the city of Tampa. Earlier in the day, President Biden said the hurricane could be the worst to hit Florida in a century.
Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet.
Milton's arrival comes just 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida, a storm which would ultimately kill more than 200 people. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan shared tips for those who will be impacted by the storm.
So we want to talk about widespread power outages. How do you keep yourself safe? You want to use flashlights and not candles. You want to practice portable generator safety. We lose a lot of people to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use. And you want to be careful with any food and water left in your home without refrigeration. Again, make sure that it's safe to eat.
In other news, more than a dozen U.S. states are filing lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. A bipartisan coalition of attorneys general allege the social media giant is addictive and harmful to users' mental health. TikTok says the claims are inaccurate and misleading. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Around 6 in 10 US adults under 30 say they use TikTok. The social media app's got more than 150 million users across the country. That's almost half of America's population. But officials in more than 10 US states say it's doing far more harm than good. In fact, one lawsuit accuses TikTok of being, quote, digital nicotine, and says the app is intentionally trying to addict young children to its platform. A TikTok spokesperson denies that allegation, saying the company provides robust safeguards and has voluntarily launched safety features to protect young users. The lawsuits come as TikTok faces increasing scrutiny about its Chinese ownership, with US President Joe Biden saying he'll ban it unless the company's sold by next April.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Coming up, we'll give you the latest, what we have, which is they are reporting multiple fatalities due to tornadoes. One report of 125 homes destroyed. And we'll give you all that coming up here. The latest, Tropicana Field, which, thanks to Captain Ron, I guess that was one of the breaking headlines. The roof quickly destroyed by Milton here. Within the last several hours, I suppose. Thanks for hanging in there, Philip. Did you ultimately have to work like a half day yesterday? I know we reported last evening that Orlando, Disney did finally make the call to shutter their parks like this past afternoon. Did you have to report in for half a day?
I was supposed to, Steve, but I called in. I wasn't feeling good, if you know what I mean. I've been going through so much stuff getting ready for this storm.
Oh, yeah.
That, I mean, I was just mentally drained and physically drained too as well, because I've been doing a lot of stuff at the other job over the weekend, and then coming and having to prepare everything for the house on Sunday, and just a lot of stuff. And I told my wife, I said, when I came home from work the other day, I said, I'm just so wore out. She said, well, then you call in. You're not feeling good. You don't need to be in. And that, I think I did the right thing.
Yep.
And it's just one of them situations. I was just mentally drained and physically drained.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been crazy. I mean, you go through a lot of anxiety and stuff when you deal with these storms. And it's part of living down here, and it's something you got to deal with. I mean, I'm worried about my cousin, because he, it didn't fall in on his house, but it fell in front of his house, and I hope John Curtis and all them guys over there at Vero are okay. But there was some people in Wellington that got tore up. They had a dumpster on top of somebody's house, a big lot dumpster, down there by the Indian reservation. They had a tornado go through down there. They had actually caught that on a DOT cam. And these were tornadoes, look like wedge tornadoes like you'd see out in Oklahoma during the summer. These weren't just like little bitties come down and pop up. This is going to be a storm in history. And I just want to give everybody a little information about the name of this Milton. You know what name this replaced, Steve? This replaced the name Michael. Now, do you remember Michael, Hurricane Michael, that went in up by Pensacola as a Cat 5?
I remember Maria. So I don't know, was Michael before or after Maria?
Michael was after Maria.
Okay, because Maria was like 2005. What was it? Was that 2005?
Yeah, Michael was a couple. I think, I'm not for sure, but Michael went in up there at Pensacola, and they retired that name because it was a Cat 5.
Yep.
And what they replaced it with? They replaced it with the name Milton. So that's kind of the story behind how Milton got put in the list. And I found that out the other day on Mike's weather page. That's kind of strange. I was watching one of his things, and they were talking about it.
Undoubtedly, this will be the last time the name Milton is used. I don't know what the next M is going to be, but Milton. It might
be. It might be the last time we hear this name. So, but I'm going to get going, bud. I know y'all got a lot going on, and I appreciate everybody thinking about me, and y'all have fun on your cruise, and everybody be safe.
Thanks, you,
Steve.
Philip. All right, you be hunker down. You got a lot of rain yet to come your way. On the wraparound, right? Technically, where he's at, they're still getting the rain coming from essentially from south to north. On the close to the center of the system. So rain's moving northward through Orlando up through Daytona Beach. The wraparound is yet to begin coming in. The wraparound, the backside of this storm, still has rains stretching from well off the coast, from down near all the way down to close to Cape Coral. Just to the north of Cape Coral. So you've got wraparound rains up into Bradenton. Tampa still has plenty of rain coming in. Rains in Tampa now coming in from north to south with the circulation around the storm. So heavy rains from Jacksonville to Gainesville. Again, all that wrapping around on the backside of the storm. But we do see multiple fatalities, tornadoes. PBF TV reporting this past evening. Officials with St. Lucia County confirming multiple fatalities following tornadoes in that area. The station reported they occurred at the Spanish Lakes Country Club within the Spanish Lakes community. Of course, as Milton was coming ashore, St. Lucia County Sheriff's Office said one of the fatalities, or one of the facilities, their facilities, was damaged by a suspected tornado. WFLA TV said it was a 10,000 square foot facility in Fort Pierce, damaged when a suspected tornado moved through that area. Sheriff Keith Pearson told the station all of the deputies were safe. Crews are going to be working to assess the damage, but stressing the seriousness of this storm, stay indoors. Now, WFLA later reported, Governor Ron DeSantis reported there were 19 confirmed reports of tornadoes touching down in Florida. And as Philip mentioned there, so 19 confirmed touchdowns and in excess of 50 warned tornado cells throughout the past day. Tropicana Field, let's take, what do we see here? The roof at Tropicana Field was quickly destroyed by Milton in the Tampa Bay area Wednesday night. Of course, that's the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Within a few minutes of coming ashore, they said big chunks of the roof at the home of the Rays started coming off. The Rays said before the storm hit that the stadium was not being used as a shelter for residents. It was set up as a staging area for first responders and the likes of National Guard. As of Wednesday night, according to the Tampa Bay Times, no injuries reported, amazingly. Let's see. Raymond James Stadium, home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, was quickly overcome with water as well. Now, unlike Tropicana Field, the stadium does not have a roof. Buccaneers are on the road this week. They left town early in order to avoid the hurricane. Let's see, a couple of other states. Tampa's mayor, warning residents in those evacuation zones over, of course, the last several days, get out. All right. What do we see here? Tropicana Field, St. Petersburg, across the bay. First opened in 1990. It can hold more than 42,700 fans. The stadium is the only one in the league with a fixed roof. Now, Raymond James Stadium, located in Tampa, first opened in 1998, seats about 75,000. So continuing to watch for the latest. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in? All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour. Pappy was first out of the box tonight. Man the rails, cast off the lines, dog that door. 1/3 starboard, the overnight cruise is about to shove off. Okay. Until then, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. As we throw the breakers, raise the FR3 antenna, the Stiction Eliminator power mic is on for the last time until October 22nd. In the year of our Lord, 2024. 844-844-3388 is the number to call. Don't be a scarecrow. Call Steve. Be a part of the show. Until then, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Finish packing them coconut flowered shirts. T-minus 2 days till pushing off in the deep blue seas. Y'all enjoy the trip. Yeah, Skullbusters for all, and get home safe. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Pappy, thank you so much. We'll miss you, too. You should be on board that boat with us, as the initial plans were, but I understand. Sometimes you just gotta follow your heart, right? Hello to Gary. Good morning. Out of the box here. Hello to the overnight crew. Good afternoon. Must be Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 47 degrees in Coxsackie, New York tonight. Josh, good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a good Wednesday. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 58 degrees in Portland, Oregon tonight, visiting the grandkids this week. Sending prayers for our friends there in the state of Florida. Santa Claus out. All right. Hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew wishing you and yours a safe, happy cruise. Praying for Florida, protection of the people and property there. Hoping that there's not lost lives, but we already know that some have. God bless all the great. Have a great rest of your week. Be safe and be blessed. All right, Josh chimed in here. John, rather. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. That's Dipsy, isn't it? That's Dipsy Driver. How you been? Sorry I haven't checked in or called in lately. It is cool, calm, and clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan, just like Steve Summers. Wanted to thank you all for the friends I've made through your show. You, your family, friends, please stay safe. Have fun on your upcoming cruise. All right, good to hear from you. Yeah, it's been a while since he's checked in. Hello to Kim. Good morning, Steve. Safe travels on your cruise. Jerry, good morning, everybody. Praying for everyone in the disaster zone and for the real volunteers that are helping people survive. Yeah, the politicians think we, the people, are stupid. But believe me, we see right through them. Steve, be safe. Enjoy the cruise. To the truck drivers out there keeping the country stocked, thank you, one and all, and be blessed. Very good. Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Thirsty Thursday. Hope you have a good weekend and a good cruise vacation. 60 degrees here at the Memphis International Airport tonight. Now, normally, when you're not there, Horse Feathers has a sing-along, but since he's going on the cruise, we have an all-star lineup, starting with the duo of Eskimo Mom and Heatwave as Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. That'll be followed up by Pup and the Dingbat as Sonny and Cher. Gilligan brings out his tribute to Taylor Swift as Trailer Park Swift. Plus, there will be more acts for the star-studded event. Now, our host for the star-studded event is none other than yours truly and John the Monkey. If you want to see it live, tickets $49.99, plus all the proceeds going to the Sister Marys of the Poor football team for better equipment. To beat that Crimson Tide in a few weeks. Okay. Thank you, Brain Dead. And I guess you were on top of your game. You realized this is essentially kind of like a Friday show for us. So we've got some DA of the Week nominees. Dingbat sends a couple of Hero of the Week nominees as well on this Thursday morning. Again, 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Jeffrey is also in the Sunshine State. I wasn't actually sure what part of the state he's in, but he was following Hurricane Milton. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. All is quiet in South Florida. The power is, he gives the thumbs up. All right, good news. The one and only Crip Shot checking in. Good morning. Let's all pray and remember Florida. Prayers for all affected by hurricanes. It's a nice, cool night. Newport, Kentucky. Howdy to Marianne. Steve, enjoy your cruise, and all you truck drivers out there, be safe. We need you. You are the backbone of our country. Bless you all. Kenneth, Mr. Quigley, Mr. Q, good morning. Everybody stay safe. Like others, prayers for Florida and North Carolina. Gilligan on board. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear and cool at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. 52 degrees. Thinking about the folks in Florida. Hope you have a good cruise there, Steve. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, couple of others. Who we got? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, bull hauler, 57, in a starlit sky, Cedar Rapids, Iowa tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east for the land of Lincoln. We can all speak prayers out loud for Florida as we drive. Pray for no loss of lives. Special one night only Hawkeye shout out to all those going on the overnight drive cruise. Thank you, Lauren Weiss. All right, there's Eskimo Mom. Good morning. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. By the way, happy early birthday, Steve. You know what? I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll be a year older when we come back from the cruise. October 15, we'll be celebrating the big 6-0. Uh-oh. All right, now happy birthday to anybody else having a birthday while you're on the cruise. Princess will actually be a year older as well. Birthday coming up on the 18th. Prayers for Florida. I'm glad Captain Ron's okay. Glad to hear from Philip, where he's hunkered down and out of power. All right, as for me, doing the usual tonight. Enjoy your cruise and be safe. Oh, and clear 55 degrees, rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky. All right, Arnie says, good morning, Steve. We're sitting here in Davenport, Florida. Yeah, home not far from Disney as Milton passes above us. A lot of wind, rain is coming down sideways. He goes by the Cincinnati Kid. All right, Billy is on board. Great to have you with us. In a matter of hours, I suppose, the crews begin to fan out, right? Former President Trump and his family actually hosting 275 Florida Power and Light Company linemen at his Trump National Doral Miami resort as they prepare to respond, I suppose, when the sun comes up. Honored to have 275 incredible linemen from FPL as they get ready to respond to the aftermath of Milton. Trump's son, Eric, executive vice president of the Trump Organization, posted on X this past day, along with some video of the workers being checked in. You are amazing, and the Trump family, the entire state of Florida, appreciates you. He said, enjoy the rooms. They're the best in Florida. Florida's Voice reporting that the Doral Resort has 643 total guest rooms. Governor DeSantis said earlier this past day at a briefing in Tallahassee that more than 50,000 linemen have been staged ahead of Milton to assist with recovery, adding the plans call for the largest staging of utility workers in U.S. history. Linemen coming from across the United States, some actually coming from as far away as California. As soon as the storm passes, you're going to see the assessments, and the power restoration efforts will commence immediately. Florida Power & Light, the state's largest electric utility company with more than 12 million customers, said earlier this week that they have a workforce of 14,500 available, help coming from 37 other states to start the work of restoring power later this morning. Now, Duke Energy, another power giant in the state, said they're preparing for more than 1 million outages as they expect the storm to impact some of the most populated areas there in the state. And as I do a quick reload, power outage U.S., 2,290,000 and some change in the dark as we speak this Thursday morning. All right, got a few outages there in southern Georgia, close to 40,000. North Carolina, over 66,000. Now, a lot of those are still folks in western portions of the state, still awaiting power restoration from Helene several weeks ago. All right, Big Ed is on board. Are you with me? All right, we're going to get to hear from the prognosticator of prognosticators ahead. College football weekend now. Big Ed will also be joining us as we head out to the high seas. So I think he said he's going to do picks for this weekend. Obviously, will still not be here the following weekend. So we'll have some catching up to do when we get back from our, hopefully, beautiful cruise. Quickly, we know winds, rain, all dangerous, but there is a silent killer lurking in the aftermath of Milton, and that is carbon monoxide. With these millions without power, experts at the Consumer Product Safety Commission trying to warn people of the lethal effects of carbon monoxide. Many will be firing up those gas generators to power their homes in the aftermath of the storm. According to the data from the Centers for Disease Control, more than 400 people die annually in this country from carbon monoxide poisoning. That statement ahead of Milton's expected landfall. All right, many of those deaths are linked to portable generators. Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Indian tycoon Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He was chairman of the Tata Group, one of India's largest and oldest conglomerates for more than 2 decades. Condolences are flowing in from all over the world, many hailing Tata for his business acumen, but also for his philanthropic activities. Rebecca Bunton reports from Mumbai.
Ratan Tata had been in intensive care in hospital in Mumbai, and the Tata Group announced late Wednesday night local time that he had passed away. He was one of India's most recognised business leaders. Tata took the helm of the group in 1991, with the conglomerate acquiring brands including Jaguar Land Rover and tea company Tetley while he was chairman. In recent years, he had stepped back from the group, but he remained involved in its philanthropic work and was often consulted on major decisions. He was also known as an animal lover, providing shelter to street dogs at Tata's head office. Rebecca Bunton, Mumbai.
The United States says China has no justification for using an annual National Day speech by Taiwan as a pretext for military pressure. President Lai Ching-te, who took office in May, has delivered a keynote address on Thursday, which is likely to anger China. Laura Westbrook reports.
President William Lai Ching-te is more outspoken than his predecessor Tsai Ing-wen in defending Taiwan's right to rule itself. That's angered Beijing, which calls him a dangerous separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own and has not ruled out taking it by force. Beijing has been ramping up military pressure on Taiwan in recent years, and Taiwan remained on alert for Chinese military drills near the island on National Day. A senior U.S. official told reporters that celebrating National Day should not be justification for coercive actions, which undermines cross-strait stability. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have had what the White House is describing as a direct and productive conversation. The phone call is the first time when the leaders have spoken since Iran's missile attack on Israel last week. Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
Relations between Biden and Netanyahu have been strained over the Israeli leaders' handling of the war in Gaza and the conflict with Hezbollah. This is the first time they've spoken since August. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the leaders discussed how Israel should respond to the attack from Iran.
It was productive, it was direct, it lasted about 30 minutes.
Israel's retaliation will be, quote, lethal, precise and surprising, according to its defense minister Yoav Gallant. Tehran has warned that would be met with vast destruction, raising fears of a wider war in the oil-producing region, which could draw in the United States. Kate Fisher, Washington.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, more of the unique eyewitness account of life in Gaza that we started bringing you yesterday. It comes from Dr. Nazim Mahmoud, a vascular and transplant surgeon who has just returned to the UK after spending a month working in the Nasser hospital in southern Gaza. Today, his experience is treating the injured, many of them young children.
Palestinians can't leave Gaza. They're trapped, and they're trapped into this very small area where they're being continually attacked. So the staff that are left are in an absolutely desperate situation. And what was particularly concerning was that the pattern seemed to be that a bomb would be dropped on a very crowded area or on a residential building, and then drones would come down and pick off people who were running away, and that included women and children. I had a 7-year-old child who described lying on the ground after a bomb blast and then seeing a drone come down, hover over him and shoot him in the abdomen. He had an injury to his liver, his spleen, his chest and his bowel, and luckily he survived after surgery, but many didn't.
Tomorrow, what are conditions like for staff in Gaza's remaining hospitals as supplies run dry? Basic provisions are running out, sometimes in the middle of operations that just a few weeks ago Dr. Nazim Mahmoud was performing. We'll hear about that tomorrow. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Undoubtedly going to be a long, rainy night in northern Florida, with Milton coming ashore officially about 8:30 p.m., at which point in time maximum sustained winds were at 120 miles per hour. According to the National Hurricane Center in Miami, coming ashore near Siesta Key, a prosperous strip of white sand beaches home to about 5,500 people, about 70 miles south of Tampa. A storm still bringing a deadly storm surge to much of Florida's Gulf Coast. Heavy rains also inundating areas further inland, rivers and lakes, as Milton traverses the peninsula this morning, eventually to emerge in the Atlantic here on Thursday. Earlier this past day, officials issuing those dire warnings to get out or face grim odds of survival. That's it, folks, according to the Emergency Management Director in Pinellas County. Going to be a knockout punch. Yeah, by late afternoon, officials were then saying if you had not left, it's too late. Now is hunker down time. Unless you really have a good reason to leave, we suggest you just hunker down. As we know, multiple tornadoes spawned by the storm tearing across Florida. Videos posted via social media showing large funnel clouds over neighborhoods in Palm Beach County and elsewhere in the state. All right, some folks wrestling with, do we leave? Do we stick around? News conference, Governor DeSantis described deployment of a wide range of resources, 9,000 National Guard members from Florida and other states, over 50,000 utility workers, highway patrol cars, escorting gas tankers. They will actually, I guess starting later today, highway patrol cars with sirens will be escorting gas tankers to replenish supplies so people can fill their tanks. All right, unfortunately, yes, there will be fatalities. I don't think there's any way around that. One of the twisters touching down Wednesday morning in the lightly populated Everglades, even crossed Interstate 75. Another touching down in Fort Myers, snapping tree limbs, tearing a gas station canopy to shreds. St. Petersburg, Mayor Ken Welch told residents to expect long power outages and the possible shutdown of the sewer system. Charlotte Harbor, about 100 miles south of Tampa. Winds were gusting. That's a location where 2 weeks ago, Helene brought surge of about 5 feet of water to neighborhoods there. Streets still filled with waterlogged furniture, torn out drywall, piles of debris lining the streets there, which I'm assuming much of that is now floating here this Thursday morning. All right. By early afternoon, airlines had canceled nearly 1,900 flights. SeaWorld was closed all day. Disney World, Universal Studios shut down in the afternoon. More than 60% of gas stations in Tampa and St. Pete were out of gas by Wednesday afternoon. Now, the governor said the overall state supply is flying. Highway Patrol is going to be, again, escorting tanker trucks to replenish. All right, latest on Milton, Florida, feeling the wrath this Thursday morning. Are you with me? Good morning, Big Ed.
I'm with you, Steve, I'll tell you. Never dreamed I'd sit around and watch down in weather channels like soap operas, you know?
Yes.
I've been glued to every news report I could get coming out of Florida. Well, you know, naturally, I've got friends down there, like we all do. And, you know, a few of them stayed there. Ocala stayed right there. You know, and ain't heard anything out of Cool Breeze. I'm going to try to call him tomorrow. Hopefully he's safe.
Obviously, based on Captain Ron's, because Captain Ron's kind of like right in that same area there, Tampa, St. Pete, and the storm going further south. And so, I mean, amazing how once again the Tampa Bay actually had water rushing out versus that storm surge coming in.
Yeah. What, and like you said, what's that Indian tale? What is that? I've heard it, but I ain't never heard it before.
Many, many years, I don't know how many decades ago, that there was a large Indian population there, and there are burial grounds, right there that still to this day in parts of Tampa, and that supposedly that sacred ground has been protected over the decades by the Indian rituals or whatever.
You know, just to get off, kind of with that subject, if you ever go northwest Nebraska and coming into South Dakota out there on the Rosebud Indian Reservation where the Sioux Indians were, you get out there and on them reservations, just going through there. At least that's the way I always felt. But going through there, you could feel that it was almost like a spiritual pull, because the American Indians are just so in tune with Mother Nature, and it's almost spooky when you think about it. But when you're going through there and you get that feel, and you're thinking, "Wow," it spiritually feels different. So hey, there's got to be something to it.
There might
really,
be.
Serious.
Could be.
And then I'd seen on AccuWeather that big tornado that Philip was talking about, that big wedge tornado, and it was showing it, and the people driving normal, and I'm sitting there thinking, maybe they didn't realize that was a wedge tornado. And I'm sitting there thinking, based on an EF scale from tornadoes I've seen in the past, you was talking about an EF3 to an EF4 tornado.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I don't hear, believe it or not, is I don't hear, because up here you see tornadoes like that. First thing the weather guys start saying, hey, you want to survive, get below ground. But they don't ever say that down there in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess they probably don't have storm shelters underground because of the high water table. And so what are they supposed to do, when you see that big tornado beating down on you and get to the lowest place? And what's that, in a bar ditch?
Mm-hmm.
And then I seen one lady she had a real nice home that was supposed to be Cat 5 rated, withstand a Category 5 hurricane. And boy, she couldn't get packed fast enough to get out of there. She didn't trust it. And did you see that where somebody tied that poor dog to a dang fence post down there?
I saw a headline that there was a rescued dog. Now, was there like video of it or something? Somebody tied the dog and left?
Yeah. Yeah, and highway patrol guy built
Wow.
They tied him to a damn fence post and left him. He was standing there in water. Good-looking dog. And then there are some scum of the earth people out here.
Mm.
And so, but but anyway, you sit here and you get caught up in this. And boy, I'm ready for that cruise. I'm so sick of bad news, Steve. I think when I get back home, I'm going to swear off news for a while.
Okay.
And so I'm ready to go on this.
We're going to get away from it all for
for
about the next 10 days, Ed, I mean, we'll be able, you can get news updates because, I mean, they do have some news stations on the televisions on the ship. And yeah, you just get away.
I don't
get
want
away.
To jinx, I don't want to jinx anything, but now we ain't supposed to be fighting no hurricanes coming back in, are we?
Not that I'm aware of. Haven't seen anything looking ahead.
Well, prayerfully we don't, or at least get our cruise cut short. First of all, we got to get down there. Now, you say you're leaving today?
No, about 24 hours from now, we'll be at my son's house. Shuttle bus supposed to pick us all up. There's like 11 of us. At like 3 o'clock in the morning. Then our flight leaves at 5:40 a.m. Friday morning. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be right behind you because I'm supposed to fly out of Oklahoma City at 5 and then catch a connection in Dallas at 7. So prayerfully it don't nothing go wrong and go south on me. So I'll be in that vicinity by 11 or noon there Friday. So I'll tell you what though, Steve, I've got my picks. I was thinking about adding some for next week, but just like these colleges that have off weeks, well, I'm going to take the next week off. I ain't going to worry about no football after this weekend.
Okay.
We'll just pick back up when I get back home. So right now I'm sitting here at 23-9, and I'm picking 6 games that I really like. It's got my interest. And, well, let's start with, I'm taking OU over Texas. I believe I told you why, is because basically that's Texas versus Texas kids, high school kids. They played each other in high school. And it's always, you might as well throw the rankings right out the window at that game. And there's just so much emotion involved in it that it just who plays the smartest and who hits the hardest in that game.
So you're taking Oklahoma University, right? Okay. I'm trying to jot that down. Okay.
They're ranked 18 and Texas is ranked number 1.
Okay.
But this, I think Oklahoma's got what it takes to beat Texas. Then, of course, we got Ohio State versus Oregon. And I believe that was inbred redneck said Oregon was going to take Ohio State.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be a close game. Now, he is right that it will probably be a close game, but I think Ohio State will prevail.
Okay.
And hopefully they're on the ship. I think they'll have a sports room where we can watch a little football before we get out too far out in the water. And that's going to be the premier game, I think, there Saturday evening.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got Penn State at USC. They're another East Coast team flying out to the West Coast. But I just ain't got no more faith in Lincoln Riley and his bunch because they just don't show up. They might show up offensively, but defensively they don't show up. And Penn State, overall, they got a decent offense and a decent defense. I think they got enough to take USC. Now, we got Kansas State, Colorado. Kansas State going out there to Colorado. I do believe that Kansas State will take Coach Prime and his boys because what Colorado's got to offer is just a good quarterback and old Shredder Sanders. They got a halfway decent passing game, but I think K-State's got the defense to bring them back down to earth, and K-State's going to take that win. Then I got Ole Miss and LSU, and Ole Miss just still don't impress me. I think they got lucky with South Carolina last week, and I don't see them going into LSU and beating them LSU on their home turf. So that's number 9 versus 13. I'm taking LSU. Now, the game that Inbred Redneck said that Stanford was going to beat Notre Dame at Notre Dame. No, not going to happen. Notre Dame is going to take Stanford. Sorry, Inbred Redneck, but we disagreed on 2 fronts there, my friend. So that's where I'm at. That's where I stand, and that's the way it's going to be. We'll find out Saturday night. I'll bring my list with me, and then either I'll be eating a bunch of crow, no pun intended for Scott Crow. Speaking of the devil, have you heard anything out of him?
It's been a couple days, but I guess he's all ready to go.
Well, I need to call him.
I think
he was leaving tomorrow.
I thought he had taken off like all this. He took off the week before and the week after, if my memory serves.
Yeah, I know he was off this week. He went and bought him a new pickup. I was thinking he was leaving tomorrow. Maybe he's leaving like the rest of us Friday. So, all I know, Steve, we're looking forward. Did old Chris make it down there to Miami? Have you talked to him?
I tried to call him this past day, and he responded via text message, and I haven't checked if he'd got back or not.
Well, did he go down? Did he go on and go home to Saratoga?
No, he couldn't. I mean, the airports were shut down. He could not get into Sarasota. So, yeah, he just sent me a message. Said, when I called him at like 9 o'clock in the morning, he said, I'm at a church meeting. I'll check in later. So, okay.
Okay. Well, I'm probably still the church meeting. No, I'm joking. Oh, it was something else I was going to ask him. Darn it, man, my brain, I'm tired. As soon as I get off here, I'm going to bed. Well, and then I guess we'll see you Friday, and pray everybody, you guys that ain't going, you're going to be missing out on a good time. But, hey, maybe the next time, and looking forward to meeting new friends, and we'll see y'all Friday.
That's right, because we got a handful of first-timers, and Big Ed's going to be sitting with, well, I think they got a table of 8. Big Ed's got 3 new couples, and we'll be meeting a lot of folks for the first time. I'll be seeing a lot of folks who we've been cruising with for many, many years. Kind of like the old family reunion thing coming up here.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, 844-844-3388. Yeah, there have been a number of cruise operation changes, itinerary changes. Just looking at the update from Carnival this past day. The port of Jacksonville, Florida, that port closed. The Carnival Elation sails out of that port. And they had, I guess the last departure was on the 5th. And yeah, the ship's now sailing on a 5-day voyage. So they're going to have an extra day. They will, the Elation will not depart today, Thursday. So they're going to be coming back a day. When these ports close, the storm's moving through there. They're getting the rain. And they're going to be getting some storm surge on the eastern side of Florida as well. Coast Guard has to make sure all the waterways are clear of debris and things of that nature. So, folks that were supposed to board that ship today going to be spending an extra night at the hotel, things of that nature. Had pretty much the same out of Tampa. The Carnival Paradise, which sailed on October the 6th. They're not going to be able to return today, obviously. The cruise that was slated to depart today, that one has been virtually canceled. Full refund is being issued, they say. So, out of Miami, the only impacts we've seen so far. Miami, the port is open. The update yesterday said maritime operations are limited due to the storm conditions in the area. Sunshine had sailed out of Miami on the 5th of October. They were slated to be back today. They will not return today. They're planning to dock on Friday. So the Sunshine cruise that was slated to depart today, planning to be a shortened departure voyage starting on Friday, October the 11th. So that's the kind of things going on. We mentioned carbon monoxide. Generators are, I'm sure in many places, humming as we speak there in Florida. Look at the outage numbers, 2,600,000 plus. The numbers continue to rise tonight. More than 2.5 million. Carbon monoxide deaths do not need to happen. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, never, ever operate a generator inside or very close to your home. That means the garage. Not on the porch, not in the carport. Definitely not a basement or the crawl space. Carbon monoxide is odorless. It can stealthily build up. Even opening windows and doors isn't enough to disperse it, they say. They say operate the generator 20 feet away from your house and make sure the exhaust is directed away from the home. More tips coming up here as we roll into a Thursday. It's 844-844-3388. All right. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators. A lot of folks who haven't maybe fired up that generator in quite some time. If you hadn't treated that fuel, it may not want to fire up. Sta-Bil storage, on the other hand, if that fuel is traded, that keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And, of course, combating corrosion issues in your fuel system at the very same time. As we like to say, when you're storing that engine, no matter what it might be, make sure to store it the right way with Sta-Bil. Okay, looks like we're up to news break time here. And clear lines at 844-844-3388. Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Indian tycoon Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He was chairman of the Tata Group, one of India's largest and oldest conglomerates for more than 2 decades. Condolences are flowing in from all over the world, many hailing Tata for his business acumen, but also for his philanthropic activities. Rebecca Bundan reports from Mumbai.
Ratan Tata had been in intensive care in hospital in Mumbai, and the Tata Group announced late Wednesday night local time that he had passed away. He was one of India's most recognised business leaders. Tata took the helm of the group in 1991, with the conglomerate acquiring brands including Jaguar Land Rover and tea company Tetley while he was chairman. In recent years, he had stepped back from the group, but he remained involved in its philanthropic work and was often consulted on major decisions. He was also known as an animal lover, providing shelter to street dogs at Tata's head office. Rebecca Bunzin, Mumbai.
The United States says China has no justification for using an annual National Day speech by Taiwan as a pretext for military pressure. President Lai Ching-te, who took office in May, has delivered a keynote address on Thursday, which is likely to anger China. Laura Westbrook reports.
President William Lai Ching-te is more outspoken than his predecessor Tsai Ing-wen in defending Taiwan's right to rule itself. That's angered Beijing, which calls him a dangerous separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own and has not ruled out taking it by force. Beijing has been ramping up military pressure on Taiwan in recent years, and Taiwan remained on alert for Chinese military drills near the island on National Day. A senior U.S. official told reporters that celebrating National Day should not be justification for coercive actions, which undermines cross-strait stability. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have had what the White House is describing as a direct and productive conversation. The phone call is the first time when the leaders have spoken since Iran's missile attack on Israel last week. Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
Relations between Biden and Netanyahu have been strained over the Israeli leaders' handling of the war in Gaza and the conflict with Hezbollah. This is the first time they've spoken since August. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the leaders discussed how Israel should respond to the attack from Iran.
It was productive, it was direct, it lasted about 30 minutes.
Israel's retaliation will be, quote, lethal, precise and surprising, according to its defense minister Yoav Gallant. Tehran has warned that would be met with vast destruction, raising fears of a wider war in the oil-producing region, which could draw in the United States. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some of the video that was shared this past day by Dean Michael, the tax doctor. His wife had posted the destruction as tornadoes ripped through the state in their area this past day. I think they're in, was it Jupiter, Florida, if memory serves? But yeah, I mean, just wow, lots of destruction. I'm not sure if this was their area or if she was just sharing video from that region. But lots of trees down, a lot of damage. Looks like a building collapse at the local fire department, wherever that was. A couple of fire trucks in the station with the building collapsed around it. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Let's get some updates. Of course, with millions of people having fled their homes prior to the arrival, there's a lot of vacancies right now. And the unscrupulous characters that oftentimes in disasters like to capitalize. Being warned in advance by Florida's Lieutenant Governor, if you consider taking advantage and loot homes and businesses, you better think twice. All of our local law enforcement officers, our sheriffs, their deputies, they've made it very clear looting will not be tolerated. Both our Highway Patrol, along with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement officers, are going to be working in tandem with local law enforcement to protect people's homes. She said recovery should be the focus. Those that prey on the vulnerable, especially during this time of need. Yeah, seriously, I think there's something significantly wrong with those people, and we're not going to tolerate it here in the state of Florida. As well as those trying to take advantage post-storm. There's going to be a tremendous amount of recovery that's going to need to take place. Homes will need to be rebuilt. We encourage people, make sure you are working with legitimate contractors, people that are licensed, that have a good standing. Yeah, of course, she was speaking at a time when the window for evacuating had pretty much closed. Impact zone was closing in. For those who are staying at home, stay in an interior room in an area where there's no trees around it. What we've seen, sadly, some people losing their lives when the tree falls into the area of a home. So make sure you're staying in a part of the house where there's no trees around the outside exterior of your home. And, of course, we want people to be safe, and most important is continue to follow the Florida State Emergency Response Team via their social media platforms. And then we left off, before we get back to Uber Ed on board, I do believe. Generators. Follow the operating instructions when it comes to rainy, windy weather, including electrical shock hazards in inclement weather, which may include the use of an NFPA-rated non-combustible generator tent, or it may state, wait until the rain has passed. Yeah, many generators actually now come with a carbon monoxide safety shutoff feature, which turns off the device when high levels of the gas around the device are detected. These are advertised as certified to the latest safety standards for portable generators. So these would significantly reduce deaths from CO2 poisoning. Make sure they're powered up with working batteries at all time as far as your CO2 detectors and smoke alarms, but especially in times like this ahead of a big storm. Interconnected combinations, smoke and CO2 alarms are best. When one sounds, they all sound. If a CO alarm goes off, do not ignore it. Get outside and call 911. If you notice that a plugged-in electrical appliance has got wet, do not touch it due to the danger of shock. If gas or electric appliances have been underwater, get a professional or your gas and electric company representative. Check them out before using them. Replace any gas control valves, electrical wiring, circuit breakers, and fuses. Anything that's been underwater, and there is a lot of stuff that's underwater this morning. Of course, firing up the hibachi or other charcoal devices indoors or even in your garage is a lethal idea. Every year, Americans die from fires being started with candles. Use flashlights or battery-operated lights instead. If you must use candles, do not burn them on or near anything that can catch fire. Never leave a burning candle unattended. Extinguish candles when you leave the room or obviously before going to sleep. Words of advice for our friends there in the Sunshine State. All right, Uber Ed, how we doing this morning?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Steve. Doing pretty good. Hey, I got a couple things. Last night you said we went out of Fort Lauderdale on the first cruise. We went out of Tampa.
Was it Tampa?
First cruise in 05.
Okay, I couldn't
Tampa.
remember.
We went to Cozumel, Belize, and we were supposed to go Grand Cayman. They ended up giving us one of the port calls back, and then we went to Progreso.
And that was that was the one. That was the one all the way up at the northern tip of the Yucatan, and that wasn't a very impressive stop.
Well, we went there. A couple of years ago, and they have done redid that port. Now it's still kind of a little lame, but it is a little bit better than it was.
Mm-hmm.
So, then you said tax doctor. He's out of West Palm, not Jupiter, West Palm.
So West Palm, all right. So that's, I guess, so that's where they had some of the tornadoes, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, because I use the tax doctor, and that's how I know they're out West Palm.
Okay.
So, but everything else is going pretty good. So, hope you enjoy your cruise. We'll be down there next weekend.
All right. So you're packing your bags yet?
Yeah, I'm trying to pack my bag. I told my wife to pack my bag because I got to fly out of Chicago. I will fly out of Chicago next Wednesday.
Oh boy.
Fly back into Memphis, and then we're going to leave Thursday, go to Miami.
I have never had a flight that had connected in Chicago. I've heard so many times that Chicago, where airline flights go to die, it's like where you end up stuck or delayed every time.
Yeah. I try to get an early flight out of Memphis because they have bad canceling the flight or whatever if you get them past the early morning flight. But I've never flown out of O'Hare, but I've always flown into O'Hare.
Well, I hope all goes well. So, and
yeah,
do me a favor and make sure we don't have any hurricanes out there when we're trying to come back, like Big Ed was asking.
I hope there ain't no hurricanes going.
I'm with you there, right? All right, thank you much, Uber Ed. Let me see here. Under industry headlines, going back to the fallout from Hurricane Helene a couple of weeks ago, a lot of truckers trying to find alternate routes with the closure of 26 and I-40. The Hiawassee Dam Fire Department urging the public to have some sympathy for a growing number of truckers who are being routed through the area due to the long-term closures caused by Helene. I-26, I-40, two vital routes connecting North Carolina and Tennessee, which are both indefinitely closed due to the damage. As these truckers try to reroute around these closures, they're finding themselves forced onto smaller highways and into communities that are not used to seeing a high volume of truck traffic. This past day, the Hiawassee Dam Fire Department, they're in Murphy, North Carolina, took to social media to inform residents about the trouble that truckers are running into on some of the local roads and asking motorists for patience and attentiveness on the busier roadways. They said today was a busy one for your Hiawassee Dam Fire Department. We started the day with a flipped box truck on 294. This was the entire road blocked for several hours. Now, thanks to folks marking the wreck on Waze and Google Maps, a new route was drawn that took the traffic across Candy Mountain Road. Now, anyone who's driven this road knows at least one thing about it. It's not a road for 18-wheelers. A semi was routed that way, dropped off the bank of a curb, thus closing a detour route around the first wreck. Eventually, all roads were cleared and traffic returned to normal. But please use extra caution when you're driving Highway 294. GPS has routed trucks this way as a bypass for the disaster area on 40 and 26. Trucks use 294 to Highway 68 in Tennessee, then to I-75. Please slow down, be aware, give a little more room. These truckers would much rather be on I-40, but they can't. But they still have jobs to do, supplies and goods to deliver. There have been over 200 tractor trailers on 294 since midnight, and this will probably continue for the next several months. No, the state cannot, nor will they, ban them from running these roads. So keep your head in a swivel and be careful out there. Firefighters went on to urge the public have some sympathy for the truckers using Highway 294. They're trying to do their job and work around a bad situation. Things are going to happen. Now, drivers will get more familiar with our roads and some will choose other routes, but right now everyone's just trying to figure it out. So have a little sympathy, right? What's the alternative? And yes, they'd much rather be rolling I-40. Hello to Jacob. Good morning, Steve Summers in the overnight, 52 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Huntington Beach, California. Got my delivery off in Dana Port. And the truck had the power it's supposed to. Well, that's a good thing. I heard that we had over 100 tornado warnings in Florida. That's unbelievable. I've seen one of the sheriffs in one of the counties has already confirmed fatalities. Anyway, got a 10 a.m. tea time today. Looking forward to it, but it's going to be a little chilly starting things off. Warming up into the lower 70s today. I can deal with that. All right, everybody, have a great time on the cruise. Be careful out there. I'll be in Santa Fe or on my way home when I tune into you next. Having one of the other trucks take over my tour in the New Mexico so I can go home. All right, Buckeye Boys, safe travels out there. Long way from home tonight. Glenn says, good morning, drivers. I'm home tonight riding out Milton. By the time I got off the road and secured my home, it was impossible to evacuate. 80-plus mile-per-hour sustained winds here in Eustis, Florida. We will endure, but please say a prayer for our beautiful state here. So, yeah, that's one of those scenarios. You get home too late, had to batten down the hatches. Well, I guess he was boarding up and whatnot, getting ready for the storm too late to try to hit the road. Hello to the ice cream man. I'm over here at the warehouse, and there's no one here to unload me. Isn't that that's the cat's meow. But it's raining like cats and dogs, he says. He's in Saddle Creek, Lake City, I guess down in Florida. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. Thought this was supposed to be the Sunshine State.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I forgot about one of our friends there in Florida, which is Larry. Larry Stone, which he's kind of bounced back and forth from here in Southwest Ohio. Had moved down to Florida for a number of years, came back here to Southwest Ohio for a couple. He's back in Florida now, residing once again. And he's sharing a whole bunch of pictures of the tornadic damage there. Fort Myers, Cape Coral, North Fort Myers, a lot of damage. So it looks like a lot of folks in those areas, some had actually boarded up, even though the actual hurricane models weren't showing a whole lot coming through, but I'm guessing it was a good idea to do so. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Jump over and see what's going on with Eagle here on a Thursday. What do you say, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing? Look like we close to the top, so yeah, I may have to say what I got to say after.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll go ahead and get started. Yeah, Steve, I'll talk about what you talked about for a few minutes before I get to the situation in Florida about these truck drivers on interstate trying to get through North Carolina because the gorge is closed. My advice to people is you need to stick to the main roads. You don't want to play games with back roads going through North Carolina and Tennessee, because you'll find yourself in some serious trouble if you get on one of them mountain roads. That a lot of those roads are not made for 18-wheeler trucks. I found that out the hard way one time, a long time ago in Tennessee when I first started driving. I thought I was going to take a shortcut, and I ended up getting on the road, and I was looking down the side of a mountain, and luckily I was able to back up and get back to the main road. I was like about a half a mile away from the main road on one of them back mountain roads, and that was a scary situation because I could have easily drove over the mountain. So yeah, you don't play games when you're going through there. The best bet, like I told you last week, and you've been saying, unfortunately, if you leave in Knoxville, it looks like you got to drive all the way up to Whiteville, Virginia, and get on 77 and go down to Charlotte, and then jump on Interstate 40 and go back across. If you're going to Spartanburg or Greenville or something like that, that's the safest way to go. Because if you try to get on one of them back roads, cutting, if you try to not decide you don't want to ride all the way up to 77, you're making a very bad mistake. Because I guarantee you that you're going to be in for a big surprise when you get on one of them mountain roads in North Carolina and Tennessee. It's not going to be a good situation if you do. Because what did you say last week? You told me last week, didn't you say that it's probably going to be closed on Interstate 40 for up to a year, Steve, going through the gorge?
That's what the reports were saying. They said 26 probably closed till February and, September for I-40.
You said 26. You said 26 is going to be shut down, too?
Till like February.
Until February.
Yeah.
And 40 might be longer than that. Yeah, that's a bad situation. So, yeah, that, like I say, that 40 going through the gorge is a major, there's a lot of trucks going through there, a lot of people that's going on vacation and stuff like that. They take it out of Ohio. I see a lot of cars from Ohio and West Virginia, they run 77 down to 81 and then jump on 40 if they're going down to the beach and all that. So it's going to inconvenience a lot of people. A lot of people going to have inconvenience with this 40 being shut down. But, yeah,
Well, hold that thought there. I know you got some other things to touch on, so we'll pause there. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We heard from our surprise caller from New York last evening, Dave, and I guess he's celebrating tonight as his New York Mets are moving on to the National League Championships Series.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Officials in the U.S. state of Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton begins to make landfall on the state's western coast. The storm has already produced tornadoes across the state that have knocked down power lines and overturned vehicles. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging people to shelter in place if they're in the storm's path.
So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm.
Milton was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane from a Category 5 storm as it approached land, but it is still considered an extremely dangerous hurricane with wind speeds over 100 miles per hour. More than 300,000 people in Florida are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as Milton makes landfall in the area south of the city of Tampa. Earlier in the day, President Biden said the hurricane could be the worst to hit Florida in a century.
Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet.
Milton's arrival comes just 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida, a storm which would ultimately kill more than 200 people. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan shared tips for those who will be impacted by the storm.
So we want to talk about widespread power outages. How do you keep yourself safe? You want to use flashlights and not candles. You want to practice portable generator safety. We lose a lot of people to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use. And you want to be careful with any food and water left in your home without refrigeration. Again, make sure that it's safe to eat.
In other news, more than a dozen U.S. states are filing lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. A bipartisan coalition of attorneys general allege the social media giant is addictive and harmful to users' mental health. TikTok says the claims are inaccurate and misleading. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Around 6 in 10 US adults under 30 say they use TikTok. The social media app's got more than 150 million users across the country. That's almost half of America's population. But officials in more than 10 US states say it's doing far more harm than good. In fact, one lawsuit accuses TikTok of being, quote, digital nicotine, and says the app is intentionally trying to addict young children to its platform. A TikTok spokesperson denies that allegation, saying the company provides robust safeguards and has voluntarily launched safety features to protect young users. The lawsuits come as TikTok faces increasing scrutiny about its Chinese ownership, with US President Joe Biden saying he'll ban it unless the company's sold by next April.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Over the next several days, we're going to bring you a unique eyewitness account of life in Gaza. It comes from vascular and transplant surgeon Dr. Nazim Mahmoud. He has just returned to the UK after spending a month working in the Nasser hospital in southern Gaza. His experiences there were searing.
What I saw there was unparalleled devastation, really. It was something that I'd never experienced, none of the team had ever experienced, and there were people who, for example, been to Ukraine 5 times since the war started there. So this was really at another level. When you go into Gaza, all you see is rubble in every direction for miles around. Nobody there, just a few armed looters. You drive through that for 30 minutes, and then you get to central Gaza, where the so-called humanitarian zone exists. You've got about 1.5 million people packed into that area now, most of them living in tents, makeshift tents, really, no water, no sanitation. And what we found was that on a daily basis, those people were being bombed. Either the tents or the few remaining buildings were being bombed with large numbers of casualties. Usually twice a day we'd have a mass casualty event, 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 injured.
Tomorrow, the doctor's experience treating the injured. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Officials in Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton makes landfall on the state's western coast. More than 300,000 people are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as the storm hits. And more than a dozen U.S. states file lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. That is the latest feature story news. Ira Spitzer reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Deutz and Analysis claimed championships in Light Limited Super. In Light Super, the Thunder rolled through Terramax Region 3. And the Beeve gave a heave to the Multi-Chargers in that region's Heavy Super. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. As of this recording, we are down to 7 2024 NTPA Regional National Champions that have yet to be identified. That means we can begin the recognition of this year's standard bearers from the association's 4 active territories. Region 2 in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Region 3 in Illinois, Iowa, North Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Region 4 in North Carolina. And Region 6 in Florida. Zach Kramer, Palms, Michigan. Deutz 8006. 2024 NTPA Region 2 Light Limited Superstock Champion. The manufacturer declares the Deutz 06 family as the most successful tractor series ever built. That may be debatable, but this one's owner can lay claim to having the most successful one in Region 2, now twice. The division's original champion in 2021, Kramer returned this year on a mission to make every one of the 18 scheduled hooks. The Spring Green Deutz pulled in front to stay on the first weekend of summer in Greenfield, and Kramer's Krautburner later claimed season-best seconds in Charlotte and Marshall on the way to 13 top 5s and 499 points. Jeremy Roth, Comstock, Wisconsin. Mohawk Warrior, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Light Limited Superstock Champion. Roth and his Warrior conquered the 4-hook All-Wisconsin Region 3 slate en route to their second consecutive Light Limited title. The Alice Chalmers 180 won in Ellsworth, River Falls, and Menominee, but only built a 3-point lead over Brian Miller's Case of Alcoholism, which hung tough with 3 seconds. Then Miller was victorious at the final event in Norwalk, but it was Roth's turn to mitigate the damage with a second of his own and clinch the division. Having advanced to the pull-off, Roth rolled to his first Enderley championship. Chris and Bryce Pickler and Al Norby. Mondavie, Wisconsin. Red Thunder, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Light Superstock Champions. The 3 teammates took turns at the controls of the lightning-quick Case IH, whose name strikes as much fear in its Grand National competition as it does in its regional rivals. Toward the title, Al Norby got the lone win while unchallenged in Eagle Grove, while Bryce Pickler earned a 3rd and a 5th, and Dad Chris a 4th to finish 30 points ahead of Kevin Lynn's bomb. But at Super National Toma, Red Thunder extended its streak of at least 1 win a year to 5, and Bryce also earned the W at Grand National Rockwell. Dwayne Bauer, Marshfield, Wisconsin. Beaver Hunter, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Heavy Superstock Champion. Bowers McCormick ran 2 circuits in the region in 2024. The tractor is naturally a single-charger light pro stock, and against light vehicles, Beaver Hunter landed in 4th with a season-best second in Houston. But at 540 cubes, a Light Pro also qualifies as a heavy super, and so Bauer pulled in both classes at events where both appeared and went to super-only hooks in Ellsworth and Eagle Grove, and earned a second and a first respectively. Down 2 or 3 turbos to the competition, Bauer held the class lead from Kurdtown on with a second win at Anoka. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Yes, indeed. Just like that. Another hour, another day underway. 10th day of October. Here we come. Good morning, Russell. Checking in. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. We're clear here, Dayton, Ohio. Drivers, keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations, especially if you're close to the hurricane. Prayers for Florida. Everybody have a good night. Be safe. Thank you very much. You got it. Oh, there's Philly Dan. A little late to the party again, aren't you? I said good morning to everybody. Prayers for Florida. Phillies are done. Hope you and the crew have a fun, safe trip. Carl, God bless and heal our land. Bring us all to repentance. For we all have sinned, and we're also very short of the glory. Hope you're doing well, Steve Summers and all the Overnight Drive crew. Yeah, and Mark brings up a good point. Yeah, don't drive, do not drive your submerged electric vehicle. Undoubtedly, with this storm surge, if they didn't get them far enough from the coast, there will be some electric vehicle fires here in the coming days there in Florida. All right, Eagle, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Okay. So you still going on your cruise? You say you ain't gonna have no problems with the storm, you say?
Everything looks to be a go right now. Haven't seen any advisories from our airline or the cruise line. So, yes, sir.
Yeah. I heard something about, I don't know. I got to get an update after I hang up with you. They said that there might be another storm that's trying to brew. Might be trying to make another storm in the close to the Gulf of Mexico. I got to check on that and see what's going on, if that's true or not. But yeah, I want to address what Joe Biden said today, Steve. Joe Biden held a press conference today this afternoon, and he was talking about people making accusations. He called out her name, MTG out of Georgia, Marjorie Taylor, saying that these people are making up stories, saying that Marjorie Taylor said earlier this week that she thinks these storms are human-made, made by humans. And Joe Biden said that, hey, she needs to stop talking like that and stop saying these type of things. Like I said, I don't know if we had a technology or not to make these type of storms. They got some videos out. Like I said, this Alex Jones guy, conspiracy guy. He's got a video on his X channel, with airplanes in the sky spraying some kind of chemical in the clouds, and he claims that these things are what helps develop these tropical storms. Like I say, he's always got some kind of conspiracy going. That's the reason why they're trying to put him out of business. What'd you say?
That is correct. I was watching some of those videos yesterday morning. There's a bunch of videos out there trying to say, this is a government. It's the old HARP system trying to manipulate and control the weather.
Yeah. I don't really believe. I don't think that they had a technology. There's no way in hell that humans can make a storm that can get up to speeds up to 185 miles an hour and do the type of damage that these things. I don't think they had that kind of technology. But yeah, like I say, you got these type of people. MTG, she's always outspoken. She's always gonna say what's on her mind. She I like a lot of the things she say, but some things she says is, out of tune. One thing I will say about her, before she tries to make these claims, she needs to have some evidence. I will say that about her. She needs, before she says something like that, she needs to have, you don't just say something like that if you don't have no damn evidence. So that's what I have to say to her. Now, as far as the hurricane goes, Steve, like I said, they're going to have to go here. I'm talking about in the near future. I've talked it over with people because I had told you I was going to move to Florida. I had moved there for a period of time, but I decided to go back to Texas. But I would advise anybody to think real hard before you move to Florida, especially in the middle part of the state, Tampa, Fort Myers, Orlando, all in that. Because it's not a matter if they're going to have another hurricane. It's just a matter of when, Steve. And you basically, that's why the insurance companies are not even offering no damn insurance no more, because it's basically a waste of time, because this area is going to get hit again, and you spend all that money rebuilding your house and doing all that, and then next thing you know, a year or two, you got another hurricane come through and destroy everything you built. So if I was one of those individuals that got my home destroyed today or tonight in Tampa, I would think seriously about getting the hell out of there and moving to another destination, because it's going to continue to happen, unfortunately. And like I said, now I want to address something else, Steve. I've been seeing these videos on TikTok. You got a lot of people out there, like I say, we got a new age of people now that are addicted to social media. These 20-year-olds. And early 20s and teens, but they didn't have cell phones when I was in high school, and I didn't get a damn cell phone until 2007. But now you got people that are actually making videos, Steve. You got people that are sitting in houses, in hotel rooms in Tampa, Florida, sitting there waiting on the damn hurricane. The governor told them to leave town. The mayor of Tampa, Florida, told them that anybody that stays in Florida will be killed. But yet you got idiots that's sitting there making videos talking about they're scared for their life, but they say they're gonna keep the people updated on what's going on. I just looked at a video a few minutes ago of a guy, because like I say, I've been through a hurricane before back in 1983 when we first moved to Texas, and like I say, you think you're gonna be a tough guy, but when that storm hits and you start feeling those winds blow and trees fall down and that rain just relentless and a never-ending rain where it can rain up to 24 hours, you be regretting that you hung around. You wish you'd have got the hell out. Now you got this same guy that was trying to be a tough guy, saying that he's not scared of the storm and that he's going to sit in his hotel room and wait it out. Now you got him making videos crying, saying that he needs help, that he's scared, that he's going to lose his life. The same guy, and he could have easily got the hell out of town and done the right thing, and he wouldn't be having these problems. It makes no sense to sit around and try to be a hero making videos trying to impress people. All you're showing is how stupid you are when you're sitting there waiting on a storm running 150 miles an hour to come to your location. So I don't understand people like that. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of people who lose their lives. And now you got other people, Steve, that are saying, DeSantis did a good job, I think, with evacuating, but I think he made a mistake because they keep interviewing people that say that they don't have no gas money, that they didn't have the money to put gas in their vehicles to get out of town. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but he should have had buses down there. He should have sent some buses down to Tampa to evacuate these people, the elderly and the people that didn't have the money to fuel up their vehicle so they wouldn't have to try to sit out this storm. Hopefully nobody lost their life because of that, because that would really be sad if somebody lost their life because they didn't have no gas money to get the hell out of Tampa, Florida. So that's the only thing I think DeSantis did. Other than that, he did a hell of a job evacuating the town and notifying people what was going on. But I just wish that they would have got some kind of transportation for people that didn't have a way of getting out of Florida. So we'll see the full extent of it tomorrow morning. We don't know what's going on. They're saying that over 2 million people are without lights right now, last time I checked, which we already knew that was going to happen. So hopefully they won't have a large amount of deaths when they go in there tomorrow morning and try to see what's going on in Tampa. And hopefully not a lot of people lost their lives. But like I said, other than that, I think the governor of Florida did a hell of a job. And by the way, one other thing, Steve, anybody, like I keep telling you this about Kamala Harris, and she just keeps giving me more and more reasons to tell people that this woman doesn't care about them. She was on, I think you already addressed it, she was on a TV talk show the other night, Stephen Colbert, I think it was, and she was having a nice cold beer. That don't sound like somebody who's concerned about the people of Florida when you're on a TV talk show having an ice cold beer. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. And if we don't chat before, we'll chat maybe, what is it, October 22nd? That'll be our next edition. That'll be good. How about a hero of the week? What do you say? A good Samaritan leaping into a Texas irrigation canal to save a woman in a sinking car. The driver, a 49-year-old female traveling southeast in the city of Electra, when she lost control, skidding sideways off the road, plummeting into the south side of the canal. The vehicle was submerged in the canal, which had moving water that could have jostled her vehicle with the current. Instead, a man working nearby came to her rescue. The driver had broken her window open and was waving her arm as she shouted for help. The stranger noticed her and waded into the canal, first calming her down, best he could, before getting her back to shore. Her vehicle was later recovered from the lake, covered in mud, dents, and other damage, including a nearly caved-in windshield. Officials did say if the stranger hadn't stepped in to help, the driver very well could have died. Got another hero nominee coming up here, a couple of DA of the Week nominees as well. See what's going on with Brain Dead, though, first. Good morning.
Oh, Steve, I'm just down here in Starkville, Mississippi, taking a little, that dumb 30-minute break, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, so you ready for your cruise, huh, there, buddy?
I guess I got to say ready or not, it's go time.
Well, dealing with our cartoon characters, you should be on one, what about every other month?
Yeah, I deserve that.
Well, let's get into some NASCAR stuff, Steve. Did you hear about the big controversy from Talladega? Did you hear about this?
I don't believe so.
Well, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the race. Now, there are a lot of fans that are pissed over the inconsistency in NASCAR and their rules. Gee, no surprise there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was Harrison Burton crashed, flat spotted his 4 tires. They were able to tow him back to the pits, put 4 new tires on, send him down the road, not disqualify. Now, I can't remember which lap of the race it was when Chase Elliott, Ricky Stenhouse, and Danny Hamlin got into it real early in the race. They all flat spotted their tires. They all had to be towed back.
Mm-hmm.
However, Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin got disqualified, and yet Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the race. So there's a bit of, it's blowed up big time, worse than the new roof rails that were mandated before Talladega, and yet the Penske cars lost theirs during the race. So now, I'm hoping maybe this NASCAR antitrust lawsuit brings all these problems to light, because it gets pretty deep, Steve. So, as you know, we're going to the Roval this week, buddy. Now, you don't like the road courses at all, do you?
Not really. No, I'm not a fan.
Oh, I love this one. They did some changes and redesigned it for this race. They made a sharper right-hand turn out of turn 16, headed into the front stretch. They also did They also did a hairpin turn, which will also lead into turn 1, as well as a new turn 7. They also took out the chicane that went between turns 4 through 7 and made that pretty much a straightaway. Now, here comes the fun part. Now, this is a very critical race. If you are Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, and Chase Briscoe. Kansas and Talladega were won by 2 non-Chase drivers. And remember, if you're going to the next round, you need to have one of those wins in that round. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. So, here's my picks for the Roval. It is going to be Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, or Tyler Reddick. Now, the thing you've got to remember, too, is if one of the normal road course drivers, like Van Gissenberg, I think Allmendinger's one of them, that gets in there, then those 4 that I just named, Logano, Suarez, Cindric, and Briscoe, they're gone because this is a cutoff race. Now, are you ready for the latest in the antitrust lawsuit, Steve?
What do we got?
Okay. Well, of course, you know, the Jordan and Front Row, they got together with Jeffrey Kessler. Now, NASCAR has lawyered up with Chris Yates. Now, Chris Yates also went up against Kessler in an antitrust lawsuit for the name and likeness with the NCAA, which he won the case. Kessler has filed a preliminary injunction to carry their team charters through 2025. They've also filed motions for expedited discovery. Now, they're going for the jugular here, and NASCAR needs to be on guard, maybe throw in the white towel, because they're going after all the files from Jen France, Lisa France Kennedy, Ben Kennedy, Steve O'Donnell, Steve Phelps, and Scott Prime. Now, what they're seeking is the documents discussing the mandatory release provisions. They're also going after the documents for the discussion to negotiate without the RTA. Like they actually went to the individual teams and negotiated with them. Because Hendrick said in an interview, he got tired of it. He got wore down. I saw a report earlier that Richard Childress Racing is about to have a layoff. That's why he signed. What's his name? Keselowski said that this is the most stupidest thing ever because it's changing NASCAR for the better. NASCAR has slowly died a slow death because of the way they're doing. It's the old school thinking. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, obviously the system is broke. It broke the day that Dale Sr. died. And they're still trying to figure out what's going to work.
And they've been breaking it every day since.
Listening.
I mean, with every rule change, all these, with the playoffs and the stages, I mean, they've been breaking it for years.
Right. Do you need to take a break, or are you okay for right now?
We've only got about 60 seconds before the break. So we will pause for station identification. All right, what do you got? It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. It's been more than 4 years since OOIDA petitioned the FMCSA to do something about the lack of broker transparency. FMCSA accepted that petition last year, and the most recent regulatory agenda targets this month for the release of a notice of proposed rulemaking that would amend broker rules. All right, OOIDA's petition asks them to close some of these loopholes that allow many brokers to evade the current existing rules. More on that to come.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Indian tycoon Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He was chairman of the Tata Group, one of India's largest and oldest conglomerates for more than 2 decades. Condolences are flowing in from all over the world, many hailing Tata for his business acumen, but also for his philanthropic activities. Rebecca Bunton reports from Mumbai.
Ratan Tata had been in intensive care in hospital in Mumbai, and the Tata Group announced late Wednesday night local time that he had passed away. He was one of India's most recognised business leaders. Tata took the helm of the group in 1991, with the conglomerate acquiring brands including Jaguar Land Rover and tea company Tetley while he was chairman. In recent years, he had stepped back from the group, but he remained involved in its philanthropic work and was often consulted on major decisions. He was also known as an animal lover, providing shelter to street dogs at Tata's head office. Rebecca Bunton, Mumbai.
The United States says China has no justification for using an annual National Day speech by Taiwan as a pretext for military pressure. President Lai Ching-te, who took office in May, has delivered a keynote address on Thursday, which is likely to anger China. Laura Westbrook reports.
President William Lai Ching-te is more outspoken than his predecessor Tsai Ing-wen in defending Taiwan's right to rule itself. That's angered Beijing, which calls him a dangerous separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own and has not ruled out taking it by force. Beijing has been ramping up military pressure on Taiwan in recent years, and Taiwan remained on alert for Chinese military drills near the island on National Day. A senior U.S. official told reporters that celebrating National Day should not be justification for coercive actions, which undermines cross-strait stability. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have had what the White House is describing as a direct and productive conversation. The phone call is the first time when the leaders have spoken since Iran's missile attack on Israel last week. Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
Relations between Biden and Netanyahu have been strained over the Israeli leaders' handling of the war in Gaza and the conflict with Hezbollah. This is the first time they've spoken since August. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the leaders discussed how Israel should respond to the attack from Iran.
It was productive, it was direct, it lasted about 30 minutes.
Israel's retaliation will be, quote, lethal, precise and surprising, according to its defense minister Yoav Gallant. Tehran has warned that would be met with vast destruction, raising fears of a wider war in the oil-producing region, which could draw in the United States. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. They're going to have to update the programming for artificial intelligence. Kyle had posted some video footage, I think, from the past weekend. Outlaw Diesel Super Series. Remember back in 2021 when the Hot Shot Secret sponsored Chevy, what was that? The Chevy pickup truck, the Fire Punk Diesel. They broke under the 4-second mark. Hit 182 miles an hour in the 1/8 mile. Then Maddie Graves kind of broke that speed with her diesel dragster when she had 192 miles per hour in her twin-turbo Duramax diesel. Again, that was the dragster. Fire Punk Diesel retired the S10, and they'd been building the last couple of years. They got their purple, what is that, a Duster? I can't remember what that even is. But they just hit 197 miles an hour, that's 3.89 seconds in the quarter mile. So, yes, indeed, Fire Punk Diesel. Yeah, the Millers, they're back. Even besting the previous record-breaking Pro Mod there. Again, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thank you, Steve. I didn't want to get cut off there when you had the break going on, but they said it's also NASCAR's decision for the teams to take it or leave it for this contract. They said this contract was 6 hours. Now, Steve, 6 hours to sign. They sent this as 100-page, one of those DocuSign things, when you like lease a car or something, rent a car, you have all those documents to sign. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But they also say that the France family operates without transparency. They also eliminated the competition with the acquisition of ARCA. They control the sports at the cost of the drivers, the team owners, the sponsors, the fans, and the partners. They also accuse NASCAR of having the majority of the tracks that are exclusive to NASCAR. Also imposing exclusivity deals at the tracks. But they're also preventing any team from being in any other stock car races while retaining ownership of the cars and forcing the teams to buy the parts from a single source supplier. Now, this is going to be interesting to see, Steve, like I've said before, because NASCAR's dying. I mean, it's honestly the old school logic and thinking, because when you see interview after interview after interview of people who are so dead set against change, they're not looking at, okay, the NFL is growing. We might want to adopt some of their, some of their logic and mentality. Here's a guy coming from the NBA that was an owner. And a lot of this stuff makes sense. And like we were talking about before, the inconsistency in the rule changes. I've said this 1,000 times. There's no rivalry in NASCAR anymore.
Right.
The woke has come out. There's so many reasons. NASCAR needs to get in touch with the fans. They need to figure out what the problem is and listen to them. Because without people like me or you or whoever else, go ahead and stick a fork in it. It's done. I mean, like we've said 1,000 times, Bristol night race, you had to literally get tickets wheeled down to you. You couldn't just walk up and buy them. Now you can walk up and buy them. And if you ever watch a race, Steve, you'll notice that they don't show the stands that much. They don't. Why? Because of the empty seats.
In most cases,
They
it's
wanna
an
make it look like
embarrassment.
it's-
Sure.
Right. And, you know, it's just a matter of time. But, Steve, I'm going to have to get riding back to Memphis. You have a good vacation, and remember, Skullbuster after Skullbuster after Skullbuster.
Sounds like a plan there, Brain Dead. That's one for me, one for you. Two for me, one for you. In North Carolina, the legislators there have completed an initial $273 million relief package this past day to help spur recovery from Helene, describing it as a down payment on aid and a way to help some of the hardest-hit counties get more flexibility in holding elections that are already underway in that state. Approved unanimously in the House and Senate less than 2 weeks after the catastrophic flooding from Helene. Over half the 237 confirmed Helene-related deaths in the Southeast occurred there in North Carolina, which is a presidential battleground state. Absentee voting has already begun there. There are tens of thousands still without power. Yes, some, including residents of Asheville, still lack running water. The voice of legislators from the devastated region cracked with emotion when talking about the death blow dealt by Helene. Republican legislative leaders who helped craft the measure with input from Democrats' Governor Roy Cooper's administration, as well as election officials, they say, emphasized repeatedly that more legislation and funds will be coming soon. They've agreed to return October 24th, lawmakers that is, for more action, rather than waiting until mid-November, which was the way the schedule was set. They acknowledge this effort's going to take months and years to actually complete. The recovery that's going to have to be done is going to be something that is a Herculean task. But they're vowing to get it done. Nearly all that money in the bill, $250 million, is earmarked for state agencies to meet the federal government's match for state and local disaster assistance programs. The state government currently has $4.75 billion set aside in a rainy day fund, $733 million in a disaster response reserve. Other pots of money could be tapped, they say, if needed, there in North Carolina. It's about 18 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Gilligan, what's happening this Thursday?
Not much, Steve. Same old crap every night. Just driving up 220, eating Breezy Cups. Well, I want to give a couple updates. I have good news. Rambler has been taken off a suicide watch after the Vanderbilt-Alabama game. I spoke to him last night or night before, and he has not jumped off the bridge yet. So at least we don't have to worry about that. I did speak to Philip back about 6 o'clock this evening. He's hunkered down and seems like he's doing all right. I haven't heard from Captain Ron other than I sent him a message saying, take care, be safe, and we'll be praying for you. And he said thank you.
And we did get to talk to Captain Ron. We got to talk to him first out of the box, as a matter of fact. So he's doing all right.
Okay, well that's good. Good. Because I missed about the first hour and a half of the show. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. Hey, folks that say, well, I missed that part of the show. If the show's over, go back and listen to it. There's all kinds of ways you can catch up on the show. My claim is I've listened to more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive than any other listeners, because even when I'm off work, I'll go back and listen to it. So, hey, Y'all have nothing on me. I haven't missed but a couple of shows since you started, Steve. I'm your most faithful listener.
Thank you very much, Gilligan.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, that's a good way to kill some time. Hey, I talked to Heatwave earlier, a couple of nights ago. He's going back to the doctor next week, and it does look like it'll probably be next month before he can get back to work. They got him on quote light duty, but he says he's never worked so hard in his life. Yeah, okay. They actually probably had to live something, and man, he was killing him at Estes when he had to hook his own trailers together, hook his own set together. I mean, I don't know about the boy. I think he's a slacker. Well, Steve, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to withdraw our offer to fill in for you while you're out.
Oh, no.
We have a big mess at GMA and BS Enterprises. Well, Charlie and Wright are in a big fight. One, you probably heard Wright complain about the cigars. Charlie's on suspension because it was supposed to be $19.95 for that box of cigars, and you heard they was from 1988 to begin with. Charlie pocketed a nickel out of it and made it an even $20, so I put him on suspension. Scarecrow's AWOL. Poor Wright's got that busted thumb because he stuck his thumb where it didn't belong. I mean, it is complete turmoil over there at GMA and BS Enterprises. We won't close the doors, though. I can guarantee that. And I think Charlie was drinking pretty heavily this week anyway. I don't think he could have done much for you tomorrow night. I don't think he'll sober up that soon. You know how he gets on them drinking binges.
Ah, yes.
You know what I mean? You don't. Yeah. Well, Steve, I hope you and all your people going with you have a great cruise and a safe trip. And I hope everybody has a safe night. And I hope to talk to you when you get back.
Thank you,
Take care,
thank you.
everybody.
Thanks for checking in there, Gilligan. Yep. Yeah, we're looking to have a good time. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out.
Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. What I got? Thursday coming on. Friday Eve, technically. Hope your week's going well. Let's back to the calls. Sean, I believe, joins us. Morning, Sean.
Good. It's afternoon here in Australia, but hey, thank you very much for having me.
From the land down under?
The land down under. I'm on the sunny Queensland coast, the east coast of Australia.
So what's happening there this morning?
Lots of rain, a bit of hail, and drinking a few beers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Steve. It is Steve, isn't it?
That would be correct.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
I'm all ears.
All right. What was the last book you read, or your favorite book? Can we talk about books just for a second?
Books. The last book I read.
What was the last one you read?
Boy, it's been decades.
That's okay, but can you remember one that actually stuck with you? Is there something you read decades ago that actually stuck with you?
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh, very nice. Now, did you watch the movie before or after you read the book?
I don't think the movie was even out. I read the book first.
Nice. So, okay, so I asked you a question. Can you ask me a question? Is this okay? Like, we just go back and forth with a question each? Is this okay?
What are we trying to get to? Anything? Anything in particular?
No. Oh, hey, man. Life, love, religion, politics, government, hobbies, animals, the left-wing socialist agenda. Take your pick.
What's your take in the land down under? Who's going to be the next president of the United States?
Who do I think?
What's the Australian consensus?
Well, look, if it's Kamala, I'm going to be sad, and if it's Trump, I'm going to be less sad. I think, do you want the puppet on the left, or do you want the puppet on the right? Because I do believe, going way back, that there is one person controlling the left and the right. But who do I believe? I think Trump might sneak it in, maybe.
Well, I think we're on the same page there. Well, do me a favor. Say hello to our friend Sylvester. They're in the land down under. All right, about 8 before the hour. And Pappy's on board this Thursday. I don't know. What's going on, Pappy?
Sam and Steve. Hey, great to hear from the land down under there. Steve, I got to disagree with him, though. I would agree with this. Prior to 2016, they were all puppets. He's right about that. But I don't think Trump's a puppet. I think that's why the left hate him so much, because they can't buy him. He wasn't a politician. I just don't think he's a puppet, Steve. I could be wrong, man. I don't know. He was a tad bit of a puppet during the COVID. He kind of fell for some stuff. But then again, we all did because we didn't know. You know what happened with all that.
Exactly.
But, I don't know. Life goes on, brother. Hey, remember I told you I had a buddy that retired, went down to Florida?
Yes.
I talked to him today about, I don't know, about 6:30. Called him up. His name happens to be Philip also. He lives down in the Sarasota. Am I pronouncing that right? Just north of Fort Myers. So he's right in the thick of things. He's about 30 miles from the beach. So I don't think he has to worry about the storm surge, but he is hunkered down for the winds and the rain. And what's the other Philip, your show Philip was talking about, how they keep the power off as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was literally getting ready to just throw the breakers on his house and turn the power off. He wasn't even going to wait for it to go off. He had a generator, 60 gallons of gas for that generator. Hey, when you were talking about generators, real quick, I know you're getting ready to go to break here, but get a generator that has a CO alarm. The one I got, the Predator, it's a big one, like a 10,000 watt deal, but it has an auto shut off. And before I bought this thing, I went to YouTube, watched a couple videos on it, and they literally took this generator, put it in a pretty good sized tent. This wasn't no small little pup tent. Put it in a pretty good sized tent, fired that puppy up, and within about 3 minutes, it automatically shut off because it had that CO alarm in it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you can buy generators that have that alarm and will automatically shut down if the CO gets too high. So just another food for thought if you're out there interested in getting a generator. Let's see.
I can't help but wonder how many
here.
generators are running as we speak. The numbers are 2,859,000 and some change. I mean, I think the Georgia Power is about 12 million people, so nearly 25% of the state is without power.
And I would think probably, you would hope 75% of them people or families down there would have a generator because they're kind of used to this kind of thing. So, yeah, there's a lot of generators probably being.
No doubt about it. Okay, well, hold that thought there. Yeah, we'll pause ever so briefly, get our news update, top of the hour coming up here. It was under the Dumbass of the Week nominees. Compliments Brain Dead. I guess you'd have to call it the tale of the cordial crook. A woman come home from work, finds her home had been broken into by a burglar who had hung her washout, put her shopping away, cooked a meal on the stove. He had mopped the floor, replaced the toothbrushes. The kitchen utensils had been placed in the dishwasher. Ultimately, well, they found the bad guy, but I've never heard of such a thing.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat. only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Officials in the U.S. state of Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton begins to make landfall on the state's western coast. The storm has already produced tornadoes across the state that have knocked down power lines and overturned vehicles. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging people to shelter in place if they're in the storm's path.
So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm.
Milton was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane from a Category 5 storm as it approached land, but it is still considered an extremely dangerous hurricane with wind speeds over 100 miles per hour. More than 300,000 people in Florida are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as Milton makes landfall in the area south of the city of Tampa. Earlier in the day, President Biden said the hurricane could be the worst to hit Florida in a century.
Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet.
Milton's arrival comes just 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida, a storm which would ultimately kill more than 200 people. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan shared tips for those who will be impacted by the storm.
So we want to talk about widespread power outages. How do you keep yourself safe? You want to use flashlights and not candles. You want to practice portable generator safety. We lose a lot of people to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use. And you want to be careful with any food and water left in your home without refrigeration. Again, make sure that it's safe to eat.
In other news, more than a dozen U.S. states are filing lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. A bipartisan coalition of attorneys general allege the social media giant is addictive and harmful to users' mental health. TikTok says the claims are inaccurate and misleading. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Around 6 in 10 US adults under 30 say they use TikTok. The social media app's got more than 150 million users across the country. That's almost half of America's population. But officials in more than 10 US states say it's doing far more harm than good. In fact, one lawsuit accuses TikTok of being, quote, digital nicotine, and says the app is intentionally trying to addict young children to its platform. A TikTok spokesperson denies that allegation, saying the company provides robust safeguards and has voluntarily launched safety features to protect young users. The lawsuits come as TikTok faces increasing scrutiny about its Chinese ownership, with US President Joe Biden saying he'll ban it unless the company's sold by next April.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Over the next several days, we're going to bring you a unique eyewitness account of life in Gaza. It comes from vascular and transplant surgeon Dr. Nazim Mahmoud. He has just returned to the UK after spending a month working in the Nasser hospital in southern Gaza. His experiences there were searing.
What I saw there was unparalleled devastation, really. It was something that I'd never experienced, none of the team had ever experienced, and there were people who, for example, been to Ukraine 5 times since the war started there. So this was really at another level. When you go into Gaza, all you see is rubble in every direction for miles around. Nobody there, just a few armed looters. You drive through that for 30 minutes, and then you get to central Gaza, where the so-called humanitarian zone exists. You've got about 1.5 million people packed into that area now, most of them living in tents, makeshift tents, really, no water, no sanitation. And what we found was that on a daily basis, those people were being bombed. Either the tents or the few remaining buildings were being bombed with large numbers of casualties. Usually twice a day we'd have a mass casualty event, 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 injured.
Tomorrow, the doctor's experience treating the injured. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Officials in Florida say the time to evacuate has passed as Hurricane Milton makes landfall on the state's western coast. More than 300,000 people are without power, a number that is expected to rise significantly as the storm hits. And more than a dozen U.S. states file lawsuits against TikTok because of its effects on teens and other young users. That is the latest feature story news. Ira Spitzer reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. It is 844-844-3388. We took a gander at space weather, where currently they say protons are raining down on the planet. A strong S3 class solar radiation storm is underway. And what does that mean? Well, in plain language, that means protons are raining down on Earth, the energetic particles being accelerated toward our planet by the incoming CME. They say passengers and crew aboard international flights over the poles may actually receive an elevated dose of radiation while this storm is in progress. But NOAA forecasters say a severe geomagnetic storm reaching class 4 out of 5 is possible today, October 10 and 11th. As a very potent, fast-moving coronal mass ejection is expected to hit our planet's magnetic field. The SOHO coronagraphs show the storm cloud headed straight for Earth. So both NOAA and NASA models agree the CME will strike our planet late on October 10th. The impact could spark up to 12 hours of severe storming, with actual naked eye auroras visible in many U.S. states and European countries. All right, NOAA's detailed forecast has the storm crossing the boundary from October 10th to October 11th, so involving both calendar dates. Now, they do point out, please note auroras are not guaranteed. Sometimes even powerful CMEs fail to light up the night sky. It all depends on whether the CME connects magnetically to Earth. A strong connection can cause a great light show. A weak connection actually does the opposite. Either way, they're saying our fingers are crossed for strong connections. So G4, that was a X-class solar flare that was launched, I think, was it yesterday, day before? All right, so maybe the Northern Lights this weekend, Pappy. Well, this Friday, I guess I'd say.
I have to keep an eye out for that, Steve, as long as we don't get no satellites knocked out or GPS systems.
Right.
Keep an eye out for it, though. It'd be cool to see, man, once in a lifetime. Steve, you remember when we left Afghanistan? One of the biggest blunders the Biden administration did. We pulled out of Afghanistan, right?
Correct.
Left $80 billion or million, whatever it was. So much military equipment. Anyway, Steve, do you remember we flew on United States military aircraft a bunch of Afghanistans into the United States? You recall that?
Yes, I do. And one of them was planning to shoot us up on Election Day, right?
Flown in courtesy of the big guy. FBI arrested him, planning a terror attack on this United States on Election Day. Ain't that special? Steve, we've been warning about this Election Day, trying to tell people to get out and vote early.
Yep.
Not playing here, man. Told you we got that email about the swatting. Here's what they can do, Steve. Even if they don't physically attack anywhere, but if they literally call all these bomb threats in all these voting poll places around the country, they're going to scare people, you know, into not showing up to vote. Get out early. 60 Minutes interview. Did you see that with Kamala Harris?
I have not seen the interview, but I did see that, I guess the accusations of CBS editing the interview to make her look better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bongino played the one that was aired, and then they changed it, I guess, on a later broadcast. Showed the same question, the way she answered it, and they changed it around because, Steve, she didn't make any sense. The same old thing. It just proves, though, that these communist media are in cahoots with these people. You have to look it up. Something else. A couple other things. David Axelrod, he's back in the picture. That is Obama's right-hand man. Steve, we have talked about him before on your show in the past. Bongino played a clip on him today. Steve, what did I say about voting? These people in North Carolina aren't going to be able to vote, might not be able to vote, they're not going to have power on, blah, blah, blah. That how the inner cities, right, aren't too affected by this, but the outer. So David Axelrod gave an interview. Steve, when these people look down on us, like Hillary Clinton said, you can put them all in a bag of the deplorables. They look at the working man out here that gets dirt underneath their fingernails and goes through that shear gift on their big trucks. The plumbers, electricians, the cops, the working people out here that earn their money and don't rely on the government. See, they just don't like us. We are deplorables. They think they are the higher ups. Like Gino said, you know how they dress back in the 16th, 17th century with all their costumes and wigs on and had their little tea parties. They think, there's a phrase, I won't say it on the air, but I think you can put two and two together. They just look down on us, man. They're better than us. So David Axelrod, in an interview, caught on video, flat out said he was asked the questions if North Carolina could be affected by the voting. He said, well, Tennessee, he said, like Nashville, the inner cities, Nashville, Knoxville, these inner cities, these people are more sophisticated. They're smart enough to figure out how they're going to be able to vote. He said, but the people in the outer limits, the outskirts, that are mostly affected by this hurricane, they're not smart enough to figure out how to vote, Steve.
Wow.
He flat out said this. If you don't believe me, go back to Bongino's show. It was today or yesterday, and watch it. He plays it. See, I'm telling you, these people, why do you think the unions have turned against the Democratic Party? All right, last but not least, what did I hear about a party bus picking you up at Junior's house to go to the airport? Did I hear correctly?
Well, it's, Savannah Nights.
Steve, I can see where this is going, right? You know what? I think Mr. Steve Summers is going to have a couple skull busters on him before he even gets on that plane.
That could be.
Man, I hope you remember this cruise. And we all nocturnal listeners are expecting Princess to be sharing some photographs on Facebook.
Okay.
To keep us all in touch. And we'll keep it PG, all right? We don't want no X or R-rated stuff on there. Just keep it PG. If Big Ed wants to walk around in his underwear, that's PG. Then, we can handle it. Listen, Steve, man, I hope it looks like you guys are going to be good to go. I don't think this hurricane's going to affect you too much. I think you guys are going to be good to go.
I believe that's
so.
I think Miami's up and running. I think their port should be in good. I mean, they had some of those outer bands yesterday that swept through, and that's about it. So,
right. But listen, man, I want everybody to enjoy themselves, like you said, man. Just get away. Don't think about turning on that Stiction Eliminator power mic. Just get away, kick back, enjoy yourselves, get away from all this politics. Just go down there and live life, drink some Skull Busters, and enjoy being around some friends, man. Kind of regret not going, Steve, but
you dirty dog.
If it wouldn't have been for this little Well, we talked. If it wouldn't have been for this grandson, Steve,
Yeah, I got you.
I'd be down there with you. But
Yeah.
but dude, if something happens to me, he's toast. So. But man, have a good time. I know you won't be thinking of us, but we will be thinking about you while you're gone.
Oh boy! All
And
right.
I just want everybody to get down there, have a good time, and get home safe. And that's about all I got, brother. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks, man.
Very good.
Be
Hey,
safe,
thank you, Pappy.
everybody.
We'll miss you. He was originally booked to go, had his deposit down and everything, and yeah, I had the grandkid come along, and I got to thinking about what if things get kind of crazy and go sideways so close to the election, and just had reservations. So he's gonna stick around and I guess serve and protect while we're gone. All right. Yeah, southern Florida's pretty much in the clear, but you still have rain all the way back to the west coast. We talked to Philip in hour number 1, and he was anticipating some of the worst of the storm coming their way about this time, 3-4 o'clock in the morning. And I pulled up the radar, and yes, the rain, right? I see Deltona. They are in, you talk about torrential rain. Going back about an hour and a half ago, the National Weather Service, they've got Deltona, Daytona Beach, Port Orange, Titusville. The flooding, Winter Garden, all that region over there in east central Florida. Flood warnings. Doppler radar and rain gauges indicate rain across the area between 5 and 9 inches have fallen already. An additional 3 to 6 expected before the rains wind down. So big time flash flooding there. I'm not sure what his elevation is there in like Deltona. But I know he said he parked his car across the street to be away from the trees that can come down. I think some of the gusts there in eastern portions of the state are now approaching, in some cases, 80 miles per hour. And the power outage numbers knocking on the door at 3 million, 2,935,000, continuing to climb. Nearly a quarter of the state in the dark at this hour.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I got an email from Scott who said, in reference to Double R, he said, did he have to take those cars down into Florida? Or was he able to talk them out of it? Take them home with him? I chatted with him after the show yesterday morning, and they were still sitting there in Georgia. Supposedly, they were going to be able to get the truck repaired at some point yesterday. I believe another reliable truck was supposed to come by and pick that car up to take it down at a latter point in time, but no doubt they wouldn't have been taking it down yesterday anyway. So, hopefully, he said he's going to be able to take his truck back to Nashville, get it parked, button things up, and then they got to pack and get ready to fly out tomorrow morning. So, very, very busy time. Mother Trucker.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello. Hi. Well, I thought I'd better call and tell you. I don't think I'm going to be here much longer. And I heard, of course, I listen to you all the time, but that you had a stent put in your heart a little while back.
Yeah, about a week and a half ago. That is correct.
Okay, well, I was a smoker. And, I think about that little Colton guy, and I think about everybody. But tonight you had some boring people on talking about sports, and I hate sports, but I thought, well, maybe I could liven you up tonight. Anyway, I've been going to doctors since June 4th, and I had this deviated septum, and I thought that was why I couldn't breathe. And when I'd lay down, I couldn't hardly catch my breath. And then I'd set up, and same old deal. I'd run 10 steps to the bathroom. If I didn't get there, I wet my pants. Anyway, and then I'd cough, and it was terrible. And then the same routine, I'd go to the refrigerator, eat, then I'd have to go outside and smoke. Well, I started going to these doctors, and I've seen a ton of them. And the first one, when I told him, I don't want my son here if I have surgery because he'll unplug me just to take my money. And he said, well, we can arrange that.
Yeah.
And then I had to go for a stress test. And I think that one was the last one. But before that, I had to go have my carotid arteries on the sides of my neck. I had to get that test done, and they said, well, it's only 50% blocked, and that's not going to kill you. And so then I had to go to a pulmonary doctor, and I had to get in this telephone booth thing and take a deep breath and hold it. And she said, take a deep breath. I said, I am, because I know if I breathe too deep, I hurt. And then I heard her tell the doctor she's got the worst case of COPD I've ever seen in my life, and I don't know how she even came in here. And so then they sent me to a blood doctor, and what's that, the hematologist, and they did blood, and he didn't like it because I told him he was fat and he looked like a walking heart attack. And so then they sent me to pay a bill, and I said, I'm not going to fool around with this. I'm going to be getting bills, one place does this, one does that. So I gave them $5,000 in advance. And they said, well, don't you want to see what Medicare is going to pay? And I said, no, I don't want to stiff Medicare if I die out of this. And so then I went for the big test with the cardiac guy. And I was in there at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was dark. And, I can drive in the dark if I have to.
Yeah.
But I don't like.
Well, we got to pause there. But we'll be back following the news break.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Indian tycoon Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He was chairman of the Tata Group, one of India's largest and oldest conglomerates for more than 2 decades. Condolences are flowing in from all over the world, many hailing Tata for his business acumen, but also for his philanthropic activities. Rebecca Bunton reports from Mumbai.
Ratan Tata had been in intensive care in hospital in Mumbai, and the Tata Group announced late Wednesday night local time that he had passed away. He was one of India's most recognised business leaders. Tata took the helm of the group in 1991, with the conglomerate acquiring brands including Jaguar Land Rover and tea company Tetley while he was chairman. In recent years, he had stepped back from the group, but he remained involved in its philanthropic work and was often consulted on major decisions. He was also known as an animal lover, providing shelter to street dogs at Tata's head office. Rebecca Bunton, Mumbai.
The United States says China has no justification for using an annual National Day speech by Taiwan as a pretext for military pressure. President Lai Ching-te, who took office in May, has delivered a keynote address on Thursday, which is likely to anger China. Laura Westbrook reports.
President William Lai Ching-te is more outspoken than his predecessor Tsai Ing-wen in defending Taiwan's right to rule itself. That's angered Beijing, which calls him a dangerous separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own and has not ruled out taking it by force. Beijing has been ramping up military pressure on Taiwan in recent years, and Taiwan remained on alert for Chinese military drills near the island on National Day. A senior U.S. official told reporters that celebrating National Day should not be justification for coercive actions, which undermines cross-strait stability. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have had what the White House is describing as a direct and productive conversation. The phone call is the first time when the leaders have spoken since Iran's missile attack on Israel last week. Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
Relations between Biden and Netanyahu have been strained over the Israeli leaders' handling of the war in Gaza and the conflict with Hezbollah. This is the first time they've spoken since August. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the leaders discussed how Israel should respond to the attack from Iran.
It was productive, it was direct, it lasted about 30 minutes.
Israel's retaliation will be, quote, lethal, precise and surprising, according to its defense minister Yoav Gallant. Tehran has warned that would be met with vast destruction, raising fears of a wider war in the oil-producing region, which could draw in the United States. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Now, we talked a bit last evening on the program about the billions of dollars in potential insurance claims that will be forthcoming thanks to Milton. I mean, flooding literally from the west coast to the east, right through the heart of Florida. Coming up, we'll delve a little bit more. They were breaking down this past day. The headline is Milton is going to upend Florida's homeowners insurance market, which was already, before Milton, in shambles. Many underwriters no longer taking policies in the Sunshine State. How bad's it going to get? Now, let me get back to mother truckers. So I guess, long story short, you've had some health issues, and obviously you've got, what are they going to do? They're going to go in and try to put some stints in, or where are you at?
Well, yeah, and it really scares me because I said, well, you can't smoke. But he asked me, he said, did you ever live around black mold? And I said, yes, before I moved to town from the farm, the whole house was full of mold. The pictures were moldy. And when it rained, the roof leaked. And I could have moved to the new house because my brother-in-law was in the nursing home then, but I didn't want to move. And then I had to move to town. And he said, we're not sure. In your case, he said, black mold can give you COPD as bad as smoking can. So he said, are you going to try to quit? And I said, well, I'll try. But he said, well, I'm going to put you in the hospital, and I'm not going to, I'm real good. I haven't said any bad words, and I haven't mentioned any names, have I?
That's a good thing.
Okay. Well, yes, and he's going to put me in the hospital because when they put some kind of machine over me, and you got to lay perfectly still, and finally I'd been in there 6 hours, and I said, hey, lady, and she said, what? And I said, can I go outside and have a smoke and then come back? And she said, oh, no, then we'll have to start over. So I laid in that thing, and this thing went over me, and then I could turn over because I'm skinny, and then they did the backside of me, and you probably had that done, right? It's some kind of a scan, and then they put me in a room where they came in and they put dye through my arms,
right?
And they knew I was allergic to iodine, but my blood pressure went from 202 over 51. And I heard them say, we're losing her. And then I started hallucinating. And then they said my name, which I won't mention. Can you drink coffee? And I said, I haven't had any for 2 days because they told me not to drink any. So right away they gave me coffee and made me drink it. And then I came out of it. And then the heart doctor said, you got to go to the hospital because if something happens, seriously, they'll know what to do. And I said, well, don't let me die yet. But I've been giving away my furniture, and I had very expensive furniture. And, and the heart doctor said, you may not come out of this, and you better pay your funeral bill. And I said, well, that's one thing I can do. And people don't want my furniture because they move so much. They want real light, cheap stuff so they can pack it, and they travel so much moving around. And I've had an awful time getting rid of my furniture, and I'm not broke yet. But I thought I ought to send Steve Summers a check, but I don't know where to send it, like post office box something.
Well,
I
you're
think
not,
you live at Cincinnati.
You're not dead yet, Mother Trucker.
Oh, no, but I know I'm going to die. And at night, I can go to sleep for just a minute, about 11:15. That's when you come on at my, I listen to you on Facebook. And I'll just barely go to sleep. And then I jerk, and I start like a convulsion, and I sat up right away, and I got this terrible chest pain. And I told him I thought it was because when I was a kid, I had whooping cough, and my whole family has calcification in the left lower lobe of my lungs. Do you have that?
I've got a lot of
Did they tell you?
calcification. Yes, I've got a lot of calcification. Mine was worse on the right side, actually. But yeah, I mean, I actually had my follow-up yesterday, and yeah, I guess the cardiologist final report was not completed yet. Didn't say how much. I thought it was at least 70% where they put the stent in. And there's other blockages, but not enough to warrant trying to put stents in. No, normally if you've got 30%, 40%, 50%, they normally just say, all right, here, take this, take one of these every day, try to get your cholesterol down, and all that good stuff. But all right, well, Mother Trucker, we'll be thinking about you. Hope you feel better soon. Steve in Columbus this Thursday morning says, just wanted to wish y'all safe travels on your cruise. We've decided to take Friday off so we can enjoy a long weekend. Sounds like a plan. All right, 844-844-3388. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Man, that was weird. I was the phone totally cut off. I had to call you right back, and it just all of a sudden you just put me through. Well, praise God. Good morning, Steve.
Here we are.
Glad to be on the air and talking to you. Yeah, I know. Weird. Things are weird, but glad to be on the air and talking to you. And Mother Trucker, God bless you, sweetheart. We're gonna be praying for you. I tell you what, when it comes to death, knowing what the Lord has allowed me to know, death is just a beginning. There's something else way better. Billy Graham said it best, Steve. Billy Graham said, when you turn on the TV, or you open up the newspaper and you read or see that Billy Graham has died, trust me, don't cry for me, because I'll be more alive than you could ever imagine. So, to answer Gilligan's response, I've not tried to jump off the building because my team lost. Now, granted, it was very embarrassing that my Alabama Crimson Tide lost, but the reason why they lost is because they took Vanderbilt too lightly. They didn't prepare, and they overlooked them, and they just got punched in the mouth and didn't recover. So it was all on them. And in this modern day of college football with the NIL, you cannot overlook any team no more, because any team can really jump up and beat you. So, but we're glad to be on the air with you, and I hadn't talked to you anyone all week. I did a little live this morning from the church.
Mm-hmm.
Just praying for everybody. We want to just pray for everybody. Know that, there's folks out here that love you. There's folks out here that has been through the storms before. We know what you're going through, and we just want to just emphatically tell you that we're praying for you and we love you, and to hunker down, and, we're going to get through it. People have asked me, Steve, over the past couple of nights or days, they've called me and Steve, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating, not one bit. There are some nights, I kid you not, I can give you a run for your money as on how much my phone rings from different people, listeners of the show, friends of mine. You know, they'll call me, or they'll call me on Facebook Messenger. You know, just questions and everything like that. And you know, one of the questions that's been asked is, you know, is the government controlling this? Well, I can answer you from a biblical point of view, and I will answer you right now. Is the government controlling it? The government's going to someone who does control it. That's Satan. You may not want to believe me. You may think I'm crazy, but I want to ask you something. If you know the Bible, remember when Jesus was in the boat? They went from Galilee over to the Gadarenes, where that man was possessed with a legion of demons, and a tempest rose up on the sea. Let me ask you, do you know who caused that tempest? That was Satan. You see, Satan knew that Jesus was going to go to the cross. And you got to go back to Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, when God looked at the serpent and said, I will put enmity between you and the woman, between her seed and your seed. You shall have a bruise on your head, he shall have a bruise on his heel. So he knew that upon the death of Christ and the resurrection of Christ, he is going to be on limited borrowed time, and he wanted to stop this at all costs. But even though the Bible says he is the prince of this world, Satan, he was cast to this earth, God still made this world. And I answer this question with everybody. You want to question God about why things happen, I always tell people, go back to Romans 8:28. It says it plainly. For we know that all things work together for good to those who love God and for those who are called according to his purpose. God has a plan. We may not agree with it at times. We may not know what it's going to be at times, but he has a plan. And if you want more questions answered, God's children, you want answers, the Lord preached a sermon here about a month ago. You can go to Determined Ministries Church, go back in the archives. The title of the message is called, You've Got Questions, God's Got the Answers. And we took some of the top 3 questions that people had asked, and I got on bended knees before the Lord and asked, Lord, can you answer these questions for your children? And the Lord answered them. So just go back, Determined Ministries Church, go back in the archives, look for the sermon. You've got questions, God's got answers. And there will be 3 important questions that a lot of people have asked, and God answered the question. Other than that, Steve, I won't be too long with you. I hope y'all have a real good time on the cruise. Man, I remember when I was a bachelor in 2003, I went on a cruise, me and several other Martin truck drivers. When I drove, it was an owner-operator and subcontractor with Martin, old Bluebird Company out of Mondovi, Wisconsin. We had a blast. I mean, me being a single man, Steve, and of course, the way the economy was, I spent almost $1,000 just on me, you know, and having a good time. So I know it can be pricey, and sometimes it can get expensive, but you know what? You only live once. You can't take it with you. Go have fun, and I hope everyone just stays safe. Don't get sick. Don't trip and fall. You know, don't go throw those Steve Summers in the pool. And by the way, if you've never been on a cruise, Steve, tell them, if you've never been on a cruise, you're going to be in a shock, because that is salt water in that swimming pool, and it's salt water in the jacuzzi. It ain't fresh water.
Correct.
And be prepared to eat, because there's a lot of food there. And if this is your first time being on a cruise, you're a first-time cruiser, make sure you bring yourself a nice suit, because I think one day a week is the captain's dinner, and they're going to have they have good food on there anyway.
Yeah.
And look, I highly recommend, from my personal point of view, go to a Broadway show. They have awesome Broadway shows on board the ship. And you would just go in there, you would be amazed at the stage and and the way it's like you're walking into an old timey theater. The way these things are just set up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So have fun, have a blast. If you spend too much money, just say, you know what, I can't take it with me. You only live once. Recoup your funds and just have a good time. And remember, what happens on the ship stays on the ship. God's children, we love you. Yeah, hey, it's the truth. We love you, and Steve may not be here, but old Brother Rambler will be here. We'll be here live every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock p.m. Just go to Determined Ministries Church. Determined Ministries Church, we're a church for you. We go live at 5 o'clock. We will never turn you away. We want you to come on and have church with us. And listen, I'm not the world's best singer, but I get brave. I get on there, and I sing because Lord ain't got me no one else to come and sing for us, so it's upon me to do it. But I sing for the Lord, and we're going to sing some of your old-timey gospel songs you grew up with, and got any song requests, and let it be known. We had a particular caller. We were messaging this morning. He says, Brother Rambler, can you ask the Lord to give you some messages out of the book of Revelation? So I'm on bended knee praying about that because there's a lot going on that ties into the book of Revelations. But you want to hear it, you got to go to Determined Ministries Church. And if you want to support the Mother Trucker, you said about giving Steve some money. Now, if you want to help out the Steve Summers The Overnight Drive and be a supporter of the show, but yet you're scared to call in, here's how you can do it. Steve has a wonderful website called overnightdrive.radio.com. That's overnightdriveradio.com. On that website you go to, you can spend your money at your heart's will and support the show with travel mugs with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive logo on it, trucker hats, T-shirts with Astia Mario Kart proudly sponsors and wears for us, and also those 50-cent stickers. And if you're a fleet owner, and even if you're not a fleet owner, they have Hot Shot secret packs you can get to lubricate and do everything you need to do with your diesel or gasoline engine. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com, check out the link. You'll like it. Other than that, bon voyage, fair winds. Hope y'all have a great time. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I'll see you this Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. Have fun on the cruise. Bon voyage, Steve.
All right. Arrivederci. I guess we'll chat maybe, October 22nd? You'll be going back to work on that Tuesday morning, right? It is 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.